Guys, please sit down so Victoria can call your name to take attendance.
Senator Wales.
I didn't think I think
Senator Brown. Here. Senator Gilbert.
Here.
Senator Gossip. Senator James. Senator Moneta. Senator Sullivan.
Yo.
Senator Patson. Senator Speed. Here. Senator Shaw. Here. Senator Gambardella. Senator Glasser.
Here.
Senator Livorno. Here. Senator Hardy.
Here.
Senator Smith. Here. Senator Gacchio. Senator Carrington. Here. Senator Dellinger.
Here.
Senator Yango-Passey. Senator Lynn. Senator Chang. Senator Bissell.
Here.
Senator Taranchik. Senator Pecoraro. Senator Curtis. Senator Zhang. Senator Moore. Senator Good.
Here.
Senator Palmisano.
Here.
Senator Bullock.
Here.
Senator Dingley. Here. Senator Sung. Senator Korea. Senator Farrell. Senator Hess. Senator Lenny. Senator Martin.
Here.
Senator Stipe. Senator Yearly. Senator Torges.
Here.
Senator Brunetti.
Here.
Senator Scopus. Here. Senator Thompson. Here. Senator Caldwell.
Here.
Senator Maddox. Senator Marta. Senator Golsachek. Senator Pro Tem Hopkins.
Here.
Vice President Tachi.
Here.
Vice President Norwalk.
Here.
Vice President Bensel.
Here.
Vice President Wiseman.
Here.
Vice President Watkins.
Here.
Vice President Melgar. Vice President Dinner.
Here. Was anyone's name not called? Anyone else? Was there anyone else whose name wasn't called? Minutes from last week or not? In which case we'll move on to announcements. Does anyone have any announcements today?
Motion. Motion to move award to top of the agenda.
I would caution against that. That may take a substantial amount of time. And I told.
For awards that we previously allocated.
We're doing the people in the right?
Does anyone want to say here? Okay, sure, sounds good.
Okay, so who was going to, can the people who were there, is that where it's going to go back?
What? People that are going to present the
People that are presenting awards, like Brian.
Well, hello everybody. Today we're presenting this award to L.B. Bergine, Dr. L.B. Bergine, who's the Associate Dean of East Campus. I hope it says it up there. To me, L.B. has been a mentor unlike any other, and has really kind of defined my freshman year and how I've experienced Duke, how I've gotten involved at Duke, and just shaped me as a person and as a leader. And she's so willing to work with students and cares more than any faculty person I've ever met in my entire life, and I just couldn't think of anyone else for this award to do.
Okay, quick, okay. I just wanted to add on to what Michael had to say. As someone who's about to graduate, and I think Dinner will agree that LB's been a really important part of our lives for the past 4 years. He's gotten us through very difficult times, like in our own personal lives and lots of different students' lives. She cares really deeply about making sure that students survive Duke, get through all the ups and downs of it, and just life in general. And I think that's something that's super unique beyond just her ability to teach and ability to facilitate, but how much she really does care about every student on this campus and really makes it a welcoming place for everyone.
So after my freshman year, I was devastated because I had lost the VP for social culture race. But it was serious. I mean, some of you guys know, losing elections is not easy. You put yourself out there for the campus and you feel like you get rejected. And we had this very serious conversation, I don't know if you remember it, that I felt like I had two personalities. There was the weird side of Brian that was just fun all the time, and there was the side of me that was, the side of me that I felt had got into Duke and was achieving and was building my resume and knew exactly how to navigate Duke and how to get to the places that I wanted to go. And I'm sure that a lot of you have felt something similar. And so that conversation is so important to me to this day about kind of fusing who I am and understanding what's important to me. And 4 years later, I just want to thank you for everything that you do and for all that you help students.
Faculty or staff who's worked with the Duke student government, demonstrating service and commitment to undergraduate students. Yep.
So, starting out in DSG, I had kind of a scary impression, as I'm sure a lot of you did, about the quote-unquote monolith of the administration. I've heard horror stories of never being able to get an email read, returned to you. President Broad comes in, question authority, guys, we're not always on your side. So it was surprising when I talked to Jordan Hill, who is the antithesis of every negative stereotype about the administration that there is. He is the incarnate of what a person who's supposed to be working with students and helping us out and lobbying for our interests should be. He helped me with Turbo. He's helped a lot of other people in DSG. What struck me, what struck me first with him, after a number of conversations, I received an email from him over Christmas break, and I think not many of us were thinking about DSG. He started, I've been thinking about our conversation for a matter of months, which, for having not talked for a period, that our conversations about voter registration and political engagement is still something that was on his mind, and it's still something where he thought there was more to be done. It says to me that he's going so far above and beyond what he needs to do, or his job description has, in terms of helping us out. He could simply go about his business with new student programs and do his job, but I think he's done a whole lot more, and he's trying his best to actively, he's engaged in the lives of students, and is is actively improving them, as opposed to just facilitating the gradual advancement of various causes. And that level of engagement, that level of commitment meant a lot to me, and I think meant a lot to a lot of other students here in DSG people in general. So in that, I'm going to present
Okay, and the last award that we wanted to give was a little bit of a surprise. So it is the inaugural Dr. David Pittman Award. And this is for Dr. Pittman. This is his last year as the advisor to DSG. And especially in my experience, he's been unreal and incredible for this organization. He's never said no to anybody on exec once and has really guided us in the way that we try to achieve all of the absurd and ridiculous things that we try to achieve. He, like me, prioritizes, facilitating good communication and leadership development and, improvement of all of the skills that we wanted to build when we became leaders. He's somebody who has become indispensable to me and many other executive board members as we've tried to work through all of the issues that we faced this year. And I am so thankful that you spent so much time dealing with DSG, even after you got your doctorate and definitely didn't need to be part of DSG anymore. It means so much that you spent so many years with us. So.
Does anyone have any additional announcements at this time? Senator DeBron.
Yeah, so as most of you know, hopefully, we're having a little after party for my apartment tonight after the end. However, I think some people were not invited, so I apologize. I didn't mean to offend anyone. If you are in DSG, you are more than welcome to come, whether that's cabinet, judiciary.
Unless you're listed the executive list.
Anyways.
Who's not invited?
What?
Who's not invited?
No, I said Lizzie was unfortunately not invited to technological glitch.
I thought there was, never mind.
Technically invited.
Anyway,
Going.
any additional announcements? Is anyone here for public forum? Do you guys have the group name? Which group you're from?
We're from PASH.
Ash, okay, please come down. You guys have 5 minutes.
Hi, so we're here from PASH, here at Advocates for Sexual Health, and we want to talk about the importance of keeping us fully funded. We've gone through over 24 hours of training in all areas of sexual health, and we think it's really important that a center like this exists on campus to foster a more sex-positive climate, to just foster a safer sexual climate on Duke's campus, and then there's some people to share experience as well.
Yeah, just like so you know, the people in PASH, like we've taken a course on this, we are more extensively trained than RAs. Like our training has more hours in it. So we have gotten a lot of training, and we know there's this whole like hesitation of like, oh, why is it about sex toys? Why do you need to give people sex toys? But it's all kind of important in terms of like a sex positive environment. And like, I know, do you want to talk to me? I'll talk later with you.
Yeah, and I think there's been a lot
about the relationship between sexual health and sexual pleasure. So I thought I would bring up like a personal experience that might help sort of think about like how we're considering the relationship of the two. So I'm going to talk about personal experience. So yeah, just because. So for anyone who that might be upsetting for, that's a content note. But so for me, I was sexually assaulted when I was 16, when I was in high school. And after that, I had over a year of like fairly intense post-traumatic stress disorder, which cost like as far as like there was an emotional toll, but also I had to deal with like therapy and things like that. But there was also like a big like physical cost to that. And so my family had hundreds, if not thousands, of medical bills, and part of that was actually like restoring my ability to like engage with partners and like be intimate without having things like panic attacks, flashbacks, and like signs of post-traumatic stress disorder, and like the ability to engage in an intimate way. Part of that included doing things like having like a set of dilators, which are like from this size to like this size, like a set of like 5 silicone, basically like dildo looking things, which was like I had like a routine prescribed by a doctor that was like using these basically medical grade dildos in order to like allow myself to be able to experience sexual pleasure again. And that was like a medical thing. And because like my ability to engage sexually like was something that I take very seriously, in the same way where it's like if someone walks into their doctor's office and is like, I'm having erectile dysfunction, I need a prescription for Viagra, we take that seriously in our society, right? That's like a legitimate medical thing. And so like people of all genders, whenever we're having sexual dysfunction or whenever like we're hoping to explore our sexuality, sexual pleasure is a part of well-being and health. And the two are not like separate, they're not like sitting in 2 separate rooms, like the two intertwine in our lives like as we like live and love and interact with each other.
Yeah, and I would just like to sort of piggyback off of somewhat of what Laura said. So I also am a survivor of sexual assault, dating back from when I was a child to my time at Duke. And it's been really important for me to like have people that I felt like I could talk to, and like this, like having a center that is open to talking about that is just, and open to like not just talking about like, oh, so you were raped, that's sad, because I get really tired of hearing that. And people who are willing to actually talk about like, well, okay, so that was happened, but what does good sex look like? So you can move on to past that traumatic experience and move on into what good sex looks like. And I'd also just like to note that like this issue is also really important to me as someone who, if you didn't see the angsty post in the group page last week, I am the person who posted the really angsty stuff about don't defund us, this is so like transphobic and like stuff. And so growing up queer, I was like taught that my body and everything about me and any sex that I could have was disgusting. And these sexual pleasure products are like so important because they're inclusive of people of all genders, and they like people who were willing to talk to me about sexual pleasure made me feel so much more comfortable because they weren't like just saying like, oh no, you're a gross human, you should stop existing.
We have 5 minutes of questions. Does anyone have any questions for Tash?
Could you like talk about a little bit about how this center would be also important for like marginalized individuals and re-identifying people on campus?
So like Alice said, PASH is a place for people of all genders to talk about what healthy, positive, wholesome sex looks like. So I'm a cisgender male, I'm PASH trained, I'm going to be on staff next fall. There are other males who are on our staff as well. Staff is not just a place, PASH is not just a place for women and dildos. Like we have pleasure products for all men, including dildos for men too, because male pleasure is really important as well. So like, our intention is to make it a very gender diverse place, and I think that's been part of our training. It's something that I know is important to all of us.
Yeah. So to clarify, is one of your missions just to ensure that all students on campus have accessibility to these sexual pleasure devices so that they can learn more about sexual health and how sexual pleasure plays a role in it?
Yes, but it's also like, it's not just like you can look but you can't touch. We want people to be able to have sexual pleasure products because that's like, what's the point of being sex positive if you have like, oh, here's this dildo, but we can't sell it to you because like, it's for us. Like, we want to tell people that we're open with that.
Center Street.
Can you go into a little more about how like sexual pleasure is related to sexual health? Just like how it's like so important, or maybe it's not important, having like a sex positive campus or like people being sexually aware and sexually healthy and having the opportunity to have like sexual pleasure.
So if I can go off of what Laura, I think like exactly what Laura said is like why sexual health and sexual pleasure are so explicitly intertwined. If pleasure isn't taken into account, sex isn't going to be good. Like that's just kind of, people maybe can understand that from experience. If it's not pleasurable, it's probably not going to be enjoyable sex. So like sexual health like is the ability to like enjoy sex, and so pleasure and like having like pleasure devices and understanding how to like experience pleasure oneself is a super important part of like understanding one's sexuality in its entirety.
And
Oh, and I was gonna say, so I think most of us, like if our ability to engage, like our like bodily ability to engage sexually was just like taken away right now, like we would feel like really violated and like something very important to us and important to our health and like the way our bodies function had been taken away. And I think we have to like really respect that like people's bodies and like ways they interact with each other, especially like for queer and trans folks. Often is not just like in the same way that a lot of people need like Viagra or a pill to like engage sexually, and that's not like a bonus thing, like that's a core part of their health. Some people like need or require like sexual pleasure products in order to like express this very fundamental part of themselves. And similarly, like I also think that the ability to like talk about sex in a healthy way, like if we were having more of these conversations, we would also be preventing violence.
And just like another point, how many of you had sexual health, like sex education, just quick poll, that was like LGBT inclusive? Like I told you, like, okay, like if you're having sex with a man, like if you're a man and you're having sex with like a man, like how does that work? Anybody? Okay, so like 2 people, cool. Okay, like 4 people in this entire room. I can say I didn't. And most of us in Pash didn't. And so like this center like and is vitally important in that it like is LGBT inclusive, and we need to talk about LGBT sexual pleasure because like so many people who are LGBT get to college and they're just like, I want to have sex, but like I don't even really know how, because like how does this work? Like how does sex, like lesbian sex work? I don't get it. So having like those discussions like about sexual pleasure is so integral to like just understanding.
So I think, and I really hope that most people in DSG understand that sex positivity like leads to the purpose, lends itself to the purpose of sexual health. I think where the divide is, at least among DSG, is where like the funding model at least. So how do you think the funding model, the change in the funding model, like the current one versus the old one, how do you think that's going to impact how PASH is going to be functioning?
I mean, I was here when both funding models passed, so I'm not like in DSG, I'm just chew a lot, I guess. Should I answer that? So it's really, the defunding, to my understanding, came with the like, you can look but you don't touch, you don't take home rule, and that is like so like against everything that the center stands for. Like we need that, like we need money for sexual health, pleasure choice, so we can have mature conversations about sex. In the whole thing of like, y'all understand, as you said, like sex positivity is important for sexual health. So by defunding like the like ability for us to buy and sell sexual pleasure toys, you're like taking away a lot of our ability to have mature conversations about sex. And like there is like a certain like it's really hard to get college students to have conversations about sexual health. Like how many of you on a day-to-day basis just like go around talking about like female condoms or internal condoms, sorry. Like maybe a lot. And so, but anyway, so my point is that like by having the sexual health products there and able to purchase, like people are gonna be curious, like, huh, I heard there's this place that's selling dildos, like I should go check it out. This is really weird that they're selling dildos on campus.
Anything else? Unless there's a motion, I'll use your time. Okay, thank you. Is anyone else here for public forum?
Oh, I thought this was announcement.
Public forum, but if you have an announcement, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I just want to make a quick announcement. Thank you to everyone that submitted their memos. They look really, really good, and I think they're going to be really beneficial next year. I think they're going to be really beneficial next year when, especially if you can't work on your project, or just for something that we can show admin that we're working on. We're going to put a lot of these on the website. If there's anything you don't want on the website, let me know. You still have a chance to get one on the website if you put it up between now and the end of the school year. Lakita will be using some of that information. Again, just make it private, let her know. But again, thank you guys. If you haven't done one yet, please do it, and I will not be posting about it again. Thank you.
At this time, seeing that there's no one else here for public forum, I recommend a motion to swear in the SOFC vice chairs in the cabinet. Justice Bridges is only here for
So moved.
a period of time.
So moved, that motion.
Okay, is there a second? Second. There's a motion on the floor to confirm the SOFC vice chairs in the 2016 cabinet. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. Will the SOFC vice chairs please come down first?
Wait, are we doing cabinet or just
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me and say your names where I say mine. I, Annalise Bridges, swear that I will faithfully execute the office of SOFC Vice Chair, and that I will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Duke Student Government. Thank you and congratulations.
Are any cabinet members here?
Adiós, amigos.
Raise your right hand and say your or say your name when I say
Wait, hold on.
We can ask questions. Well, maybe, can we just have them say their names and what positions they're for something? And Brian wants to ask questions.
And say one goal you have for your music. Like, make it quick.
Okay, I'm Delaney. I'm incoming with line monitor, but my letter sign.
Steve Steve Brenner, other co-head Weimar, and my goal is to fundamentally reestablish Cato as part of the Duke freshman series.
Victoria Wong, I guess, executive secretary again. Continuing to help reform the attendance notes, minutes, policies.
My name is Jamie Gordon, I'm president of Writer, and I'd like to have a more open dialogue between DSG.
So I'm Wei Wang, and I'm the director of technology, and my goal is to ensure everything about tech is operating like properly.
I'm Drew Blade. I'm going to be a policy advisor, and my goal is to get broad enough understanding of as many issues as possible to be as most effective as possible.
I'm Alec Lentz, and I'm going to be the director of digital design, and my main goal is to use social media as a tool by which to make DSG more of like an active part of students' lives through school.
Umar Khan, presidential aide, and I plan on increasing efficiency of communications between other organizations at the DSG.
Hi, I'm Melody Bonanno. I'm also going to be executive secretary, and I want to make sure that attendance is actually a thing that happens next year, like regular strict attendance. So yeah.
I'm Annie Adair, I'm going to be the Attorney General. I just want to continue the work that I've done so far since I became, and then also work on keeping it transparent and doing recruitment efforts.
I'm Luke Farrell, I'm treasurer. I'd like to keep Senate next year more informed about SOC rules and regulations.
I'm Eric Armitar. I'm going to be a policy advisor as well. I'd like to work on sexual assault policy and continue presidential policy changes.
I'm Shivani, I'm going to be working to direct class next year, and I'm a policy advisor, so my goal is to make student health on campus as accessible as possible.
Oh, and we have one more.
I'm Shirley Wales. I'm a policy advisor as well. And I really want to be as helpful as I can to this president.
And just to clarify, the chief of staff will be Kushal Kadakia. He has class that we'll be confirming him hopefully later tonight.
Do any members of the Senate have any questions for any cabinet appointees? Right.
This is John, this is for you. Do we have to like vote to confirm them, or is it an automatic confirmation by appointment?
It's confirmation of nominees, House rules. We can, yeah. In which case, would anyone like to speak against the confirmation of any nominees?
Motion to approve.
Any objections? All right, take it away, Justice Bridges.
Please raise your right hand, repeat after me, and state your name where I say mine. I, Annalise Bridges, swear that I will faithfully execute the office of Presidential Cabinet, and that I will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Duke Student Government. Congratulations.
I'll be right back. I'm not leaving.
I'd rather do this now because I think this is more important. Hello everyone, for this particular presentation I would like to ask you to all close your laptops and put your iPhones face down.
Have my attention, please.
Welcome to the Perkins Wellness Room.
Not at all.
So before going into the specifics of the room, I'd like to give you a brief timeline.
Is this on night mode?
What? So a couple weeks ago, Jacob and I presented to the Library Undergraduate Advisory Board, which is the committee that is kind of the preliminary phase towards affecting change in the library on infrastructure and policy levels. So Jacob and I presented to that. I received what I would call a fairly ringing endorsement actually of the idea. Everyone seems very enthusiastic about it. And so from there, it was taken into 2 deliberations by the library executive group. And so that's a committee that consists of the university librarian, all the associate librarians, and pretty much the top dogs at Bergen's Library, who kind of have the final say in making all of these decisions. And that was formally approved by the library executive group just a few days ago. And so moving forward, between now and May 30th approximately, we hope to secure the funding and then work with various people to develop a floor plan, the layout, the configuration to make it as successful, flexible, amenable as possible. June 1st, we hope to place the order through a Duke University approved vendor, CBI, Carolina Business Interiors. They're the organization, they're the business really, that's done all Perkins renovations over the past couple of years, is doing the entirety of the West Union, and also the Bryant Center. So like the couches, for example, in the DSG office, those are from CBI.
High quality.
Very high quality food. And August 15th is the date that we hope to approximately have the room completed, so that by the time students are back, first week of school, this will be up and running.
So yeah, in terms of vision and motivation, it would be a room in the Perkins Library in the 4th floor devoted specifically to undergraduate mental and physical well-being. As a respite from the business back to life, to decompress and recalibrate, and there's clearly a need for this sort of thing because we're seeing issues nationwide about sleep deprivation and just relaxation on campuses and stuff, and wellness is really important with the rising numbers of CAPS visits and stuff like that.
So we've spoken to several administrators within CAPS, several counselors, and they all cite sleep deprivation as the primary causes of anxiety, depression on campus. CAPS continues to see a record number of attendees year after year after year. Right now they're at 80 a day, if you'll believe that, and that number is rising.
So these are some of the
So just giving us a picture of kind of the extent of the interactions of the communication channels that have been opened. So the lead has been Emily Daly. She's the head of user experience at the library. She's also the chair of the undergraduate advisory board. Robert Berg, who sits on the library executive group, one of the top dogs of the library, is the associate university librarian, very supportive of this plan. Tom Ziggy, who's the director of wellness, I sat down with him this morning, fully endorses the idea and is also going to be contributing some of the things because wellness is relocating this year. The Women's Center is going to the wellness office on East. So they have a number of things that we'll be taking to the room. Dean Sue, everyone knows, Dr. Menendez has been in the loop, Dr. John Vaughn, who sits on SHAC, which is really where this idea originated, as the director of student health, fully supports the plan. Libby Webb, the director of CAPS, Marie Dodd, who is the person at CBI, obviously she supports it, because she's the Wen Patanjali, who you guys have probably never heard of. So Wen Patanjali is the overseer and runner of Patanjali's Place. It's like a yoga studio on Gear Street, but also sells kind of like wellness amenities and things like that. She also has a degree in room design, so she'll be incorporated over the summer as kind of a consultant in developing this room and the layout and configuration of everything. So we're very excited to have her involved. Also, Tom Ziggy will be here this summer, and he'll be helping out with all that as well.
Okay, so if any of you haven't been to like the Tower reading room, this is what it looks like. It's on the 4th floor of Perkins, and it would just be like renovated to like more fit the needs of like a wellness room rather than like a study space. And one reason we have like picked, well, these are the reasons that we picked it. So for one, it has like high ceilings, large windows that provide natural light, draw like good things for wellness. And it's like minimal study spot displacement, which is like 6 to 7 spots, which is like considering all the study spaces at Duke and now that West Union is opening up and like all these new study spaces will be added, that's like very minimal. And there's still the like opportunity for any of you to donate $500,000 and name the room after yourself.
So we actually
So this is one of the concerns expressed by the library executive group, whether it will affect the status of this as a donor opportunity. We actually think that it elevates it as that status, because rather than just having your name on like another reading room in Perkins, you're gonna have your name on like a very, very unique user experience. And ultimately the library executive group. So with that, we'll get to the statute after this, but we'd love to take some questions.
Oh wait, also, like, really quick before questions, just to explain, this room's also gonna be used for programming by CAPS and Wellness. So, for example, I think Wellness and CAPS run a program called Core. They actually started it at Duke. It's for meditation. About 20 other universities have now like followed its curriculum and have the same program going. At Duke, it fills up generally for the first couple of days when registration opens. It's increased as of lately, been more highly used by graduates, but that's just because it's advertised towards them more. So having this programming closer to undergrads, where they're spending most of their time studying, we hope will significantly benefit them as well. Yeah.
You're keeping the questions.
Senator Andrew.
So if you guys have talked to CAPS and Wellness and they're going to be doing programming in there,
Yeah.
how much are they paying?
So they're not going to be contributing anything because CAPS doesn't have enough money to. CAPS doesn't have a large endowment, a large budget source. They will be contributing free programming, so that'll be their contribution. Senator or Vice President.
Could we see the statute so we know what question?
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Can you pull up the statute? Thanks. Sullivan?
Are you guys gonna put a door up?
No, so we're not going to put the door up for a couple of reasons. First of all, there isn't any study place that we felt and the library staff felt was sufficiently close for this to be disruptive, especially because it's going to be quiet. And finally, we spoke with people in Wellness, and they agreed that having a door would just make it more of an enclosed environment. It's supposed to kind of be open and rejuvenating and energizing. And it is like a fairly wide doorway. It's like a little bit wider than normal, so it's kind of like a nice entryway into this experience.
Like I get,
There's no sound.
more my rationale for that was more like if people are doing workshops that have sound and it's in the library
So
on the fourth
yoga
floor,
workshops
it's supposed
are-
to be the most silent floor.
So mindfulness classes are silent, and yoga classes are also, relatively silent.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was just like the object, like,
And-
the basic of the
yeah.
library.
Sorry. That's a really good question, and definitely something that's been discussed. But we felt that this was the best option. Yeah.
Even if you wanted to add a door, like in the future, if say it doesn't make more noise than is expected, is there a way to even add a door?
Yeah, there's a way to add a door. I mean, it'd be fairly pricey, but say the library staff really felt strongly that a door would be necessary, which I definitely do not anticipate, then yeah, it wouldn't be prohibitive to do so. We could definitely.
We also consider the possibility of a heavy sort of curtain entrance as a sort of compromise if it's sort of in between.
So the activities, when it's not being used, just room, will those things going to be available for the programming?
So these will be available sans programming.
And sorry, one more, is that how many people can use it?
So depending on how the layout comes out, so right now the spots are 7 or 8, at the very, very maximum. If you go in on a typical afternoon or evening, there's maybe 5 people in there. For some reason, there's a library faux pas sitting next to anybody, so the big table will only sit 2 people. Except maybe during finals week there'll be 3 people. The hope is to have maybe a capacity of 15 to 20 people at a time, and then rotating every 20 or 30 minutes. So I spoke with Tom Zigathy about this, and he said that the ideal time to take a break while you're starting is between 15 and 20 minutes for best memory recollection or whatever, and solidification. So we put a cap of 25 to 30 minutes or so. And by cap, I don't mean that there'll be a librarian sitting there telling people to leave. I mean that we'll put up a sign and hope that students respect it. Something else on this question.
Why is the cost of massage chairs zero? Is that just going to be one of the ones that we funded earlier?
Yeah, so we're gonna reallocate some of the money that was previously funded for those in the Bryan Center, just because that ended up kind of falling through a little bit, and we're gonna just reallocate it to this purpose. I spoke with Dr. Pittman earlier today, and there would be no issue transferring that money to the library, even though the original use was supposed to be for the VC, but that just ended up not happening.
Well, it never said that in the statute, so you can put it wherever you want.
Yeah, it just never said in the statute where the massage chairs were gonna go. Vice President Keizra.
So 2 questions. One, since all of the yoga meditation supplies are basically being funded because wellness and Koru want to be involved, I feel kind of strongly that then they should sort of fund those materials because as part of the original plan, that would be about $1,000. And the second question.
Sorry, what would be $1,000?
Like including the yoga mats, the meditation pillows, the foam rollers, etc.
Okay,
$600.
foam rollers are like, are not related to the class first stuff, so that's not something they
What
would
is
be.
I'll look it up.
Really, it would just be the math, so if those $200 are really concerning, we can talk to them, because this is the last meeting, in the event that they can't fund it or refuse to, like having the flexibility to, I think is really important, because,
I think that's totally fair.
Because even like regardless of quarter, like I think it's important to have in the room.
Yeah, and then just my second question was about the interior discretionary. Is that going to be used on furnishings or programming, and if it's programming, who is the programming body for that?
So the programming body, as we said, is going to be CAPS, right? Yeah, so I'm addressing the second part of your question.
Well,
That'll be mostly
in
CAPS.
regards to the discretionary.
Yeah, and the wellness center. So the first part of your question, the 3,500 interior discretionary, so we don't anticipate this being entirely spent, right? So these are going to be kind of the accidentals from the next month of things that come up, either suggested by wellness or suggested by CAPS or suggested by student health, or things that we might want to add to the room. And so based on, I met with Mary Haddad, who works at CBI this morning, and she's the one who's overseen all of the furnishings of the library thus far for the past several years. And she said that having that amount of wiggle room, despite having like a pretty specific line item listing, would be like really, really important for them to like be flexible and be like, and kind of like optimize the experience and not have necessarily these really hard constraints of like these specific line items.
Thank you.
Yeah. Senator Gamble. Well, I'm going to get a motion to increase speaker time.
Motion to increase speaker time by 2 minutes.
Oh, are we officially on the statute reading now? Can we just end question time for this and then move on to question time for the statute, so we don't have to do it twice? Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah.
Send a motion.
Send a motion. You took the list, I thought Eddie as well.
So it passes the question.
Yeah.
There's a motion on the floor to move budgetary statutes off the agenda. Has been seconded. All those in favor? Say aye. All those opposed? All right.
I think it's a really cool idea, but I know that wellness is going to be opening like so many spaces in the Wanamaker dorm. There's going to be a student health and wellness building, and they're even looking into other programming places. I know in the library that are like spaces that are less like, as Jay was mentioning, people had programming in there, and like there was disruption there with like the fact that very quiet floor. So like, how does this really fill a niche that we're like missing when they're already having so much expansion? Yeah. Okay. So part of the problem. In SHAC, we've spent quite a deal of time talking about this with CAPS, Duke Reach, and student health, and like there's this idea that student health on campus is just treating the student health building like an urgent care, and part of that is because of location, right? So the goal of all of these health organizations on campus is to make themselves accessible not only to student health building, but to make them an integral part of daily student life. So yeah, it's great that the student health building exists, but for like making it integral, that's kind of irrelevant. And so talking to them about it, because they want this to be something you're constantly thinking, because like how often are you going to go to the student health building? Like you're not going to be in there like 4 times a week. Odds are for the average person, so, well, okay, you guys know, but just the average Duke student, and just having a place like Perkins Library that's where you spend so much of your time, like being able to go there to be quick, to like meditate for a minute, we think is really important just because it's really flexible space. And like we acknowledge that there might be programming, but keep in mind that the point of this space is not just to have like a meditation class.
Yeah, and I'll add those 3 quick things if I may. So one, the opening of the student health building in January 2017 is actually part of the motivation for this room, because they weren't having anything programmed like this at all. It was all programmed out like very early on. And so people within student health and within wellness expressed interest in having something like this somewhere else on campus. The reason I chose the library is because, well, this particular room was like very fitting, like very, very perfect for that kind of thing. So the tall ceilings, the high windows, things like that, lots of natural light. And secondly, like if you're starting the library at like 2 a.m. or like whatever time you're there, and you've been there for a long time, you're not gonna like leave the library, walk to the student health building, which like may or may not be closed, and then like stay there for 20 minutes and then go back to the library.
And then there's also the dorms. Right, but then even then,
same argument applies.
all the way to Wanamaker.
Same argument. And the third point I'll make is that this is about increasing wellness as part of the Duke culture, right? So in the same reason that PASH will have condoms to increase conversation about sex positivity, even though there are like 4 other places to get condoms, we want to have this in the library at the crossroads of like tension and stress for students on campus in order to integrate that as a part of our culture.
I would also just like to add that like when we met with the library board of students, one thing they really liked about the idea is that like at a place that's so high stress on campus, it would be like so accessible, just right here.
We'll just move on to somebody else in the back.
Yeah. So very serious question about the tea. Library is still like historic. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's not supposed to be there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so anything I'm wondering, the reason is because Vani wouldn't be too psyched about us giving out free tea when they sell it.
But there's hot water in various places in libraries.
And so there are things that the library is kind of on the fence about right now. For example, tea, aromatherapy, like stress crystals, if anyone knows what that is. You know.
That's not one of
Those things are not here. But if like wellness feels like those things would be appropriate, then like they'll contribute them if they ultimately get approved by the library, which like frankly I don't think will happen.
Will the janitorial staff be in charge of it?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Partially, but we're also going. Okay, you can.
So part of some of our concerns, even before bringing this to you guys, was having all these items was theft in the library because we know that that's an issue. So frankly, leaving like just unintentionally, if you please, to like take a stress ball with you and leave the room. So we're trying to see if we can get a work study position in the library for a student, just to manage a space, have someone like clean things up every hour with like sanitation wipes, because I feel like that's like a fair thing to do. And just have a managed room, maybe like encourage people to leave after 30 minutes. But if not that, then at least having someone from the help desk of the library to take them out there every 30, 45 minutes. So like, these are ongoing concerns.
Well, I can't remember her name, Gwen was her first name. Will she be doing all of her consulting for free?
Yeah, so she works closely with Tom Ziggity, so we'll do the collaborating together, yeah. There won't be a consultancy fee or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other question that I had was, I know there's like meditation rooms like already in Perkins, and like I've just never seen. It's always been like a room that no one's in. So like how?
Yeah, I just whenever I've been there, I've seen.
Okay, maybe that's just my experience, but like how would we like? Okay, I guess it's like moved, but I've just like not really seen many people there. So like how would we just like encourage people to like? Why would this be different? It's like
because it's not just an empty room, right? Where you like, as far as I know, the current meditation rooms, there's not a lot there for you to like use. It's literally just like a quiet room. So the purpose of this and having these items there is to actually encourage and incentivize people to go and to take a break.
Okay.
Well, for cubbies, because there have been like theft issues and like I don't really buy people stealing. Well, that sounded wrong, but like it's cubby. Is there gonna be like a locking mechanism?
No.
How we're gonna make sure people aren't gonna leave their stuff?
This is just so the idea isn't to have people leave their laptop and phone and go like run and get coffee and get back to the room. So it's just like we don't want to encourage, or we want to discourage laptop and cell phone use, hence like the beginning of this presentation. So having a place to like put your book bag, hang up your coat, we just thought that'd be.
And given that the people who would be the potential victims of a theft crime will be in the room, right?
Yeah.
I think that's like fairly nice.
And then there's one more question about that.
Mm-hmm.
So is there gonna be like a due-card tracking system just so you can see like who's using it, so
Yeah,
you know like
so-
what to find new supplies for it?
That might be the most important question to ask, right? So how are we going to gauge success about
Yeah.
whether or not the library wants to continue the service? And so there are a couple ways, right? The first, like, and like this is probably the least like good reasons, like anecdotal accounts based on like like surveys from Senate and student body or from like frequenters of Perkins Library or like the library service desk, seeing like what the reception has been.
The cards that you drop in the box of the library.
Yeah, exactly. And secondly, you know how like on like the staircases of Perkins there's like a little laser thing that like kind of clicks when you walk through it?
Yeah, they count the amount of book items.
So it's like a counter. And so we're talking about maybe implementing one of those to see how many people are actually going in and going out. The same way that like the things that go up and down in parking lots count the people who go in and out. That is like the same feature. Yeah.
Who should I call the question? Executive yourself or technical negative? Did you guys absorb your time?
Yeah.
Great. So you're now allowed to take a negative speech, and anyone like to speak against the legislative statute? Seeing none, we move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the vegetation statute from the wellness room, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
John.
Oh, we're doing that now? Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, point of information, like, how does this work?
I was trying to send awards, but.
Oh no, I thought, wow, this is so confusing. So we can do either the veto vote, which is the next thing on the agenda, or suspend the rules to move the Senate awards and the election of pro temp to the top of the agenda. I would suggest leaving the pro temp as he is, because he's killing it, until the end of the meeting, and then we can do that. So maybe let's just keep going, and I think the next thing is the veto, which I guess I'm ready.
So the way to veto.
There was a lot that.
I want as much options as I can.
Yeah, that's it.
So the way the veto vote works in accordance with the House rules is that you need a roll call vote. So the way the House rules works in accordance with the House rules is that we need 2/3 of the Senate in order to override a presidential veto. I do not believe that there is any room for debate, however.
Can I take a second to explain my veto?
You can always speak anytime you want.
Great, I'll be ready.
Wait, point of information. So I know presidents obviously can speak whenever they want. Would it be in line to suspend the rules to recognize someone with equal time to Keizra to speak after her prior to the vote on the veto? Is that much? I don't know if they have to vote on that, but it's coming.
Hey, can we do?
What was this motion?
To allot an equal amount of time to.
So that's a suspension of the House rules, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion to vote on that suspension of the rules before Keizra speaks. Sorry, y'all, that is weird.
Is there a second?
Second. All right, there's a motion on the floor to vote on the veto before Keizra speaks.
No. Point of clarification. This is a vote on whether we're going to suspend the rules to allow someone to respond after Keizra speaks about her veto for a period of, like, let's get quick, like 3 minutes. So, 3 minutes.
So there's a motion on the floor to allot an equal amount of time.
No, just 3 minutes for response to it.
3 minutes to response to President Mecklai on what she's about to say. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Right?
Hey everyone. Alright, I'm just gonna come down. So as you guys all know, there was a lot of controversy surrounding the veto of the Chanticleer part of the annual budget, which got overturned by the judiciary. So I'm not allowed to veto the Chanticleer part of the annual budget. So as of right now, they already have $20,000, but the veto of the budgetary statute of $20,000 to the Chanticleer still stands. So in case you didn't read my letter to the editor about why I vetoed that, I'll just go over those reasons really quickly. So the main thing for me was, first of all, SOFC sort of information. And so, at least in my opinion, I have a lot of trust and respect for SOFC. I love the separation of power that allows us to sort of look through the annual budget and ultimately approve it. I think in this case, when the only people who really have a good understanding of how the funding and the requests from SOFC have changed over the years are people like Nikhil who've sat on SOFC for 3 years. I think that when they say the number of requests that they've gotten both for annual budget and for programming and the number of groups that they've approved has increased drastically, and the funds that they have to give out is obviously basically still the same or just as increased by inflation, that something like a $20,000 cut, from them is very large. So even though I can't cut what happened in like sort of the annual budget part, I do think that it's important to think about what we have for surplus, because that $20,000 will likely drain much of, or will add an additional $20,000 that's being taken out of annual budget, out of the $700,000 that SOC has. So the chances that SOC runs out of money next year, just like they did this year, are going to be very high. And so the chances that SOC comes to you, in order to fund worthy student groups for the things that they want is also very high. If you all let this go for the amount of money that we'll have in surplus, with all of the funds that were spent both through the sort of surplus expenditures this year, and all of the things that we funded will be $40,000. I think that is already a very low amount of money, and when SOC and other groups come to ask money from surplus, which will inevitably happen next year because it's sort of become the norm this year because we did such large amounts of surplus spending, DSG will not have the agency to give them that money, and I think that will be hugely problematic. So I think SOC has the most information, and there's a reason why they rejected the Chanticleer funding, and I also think that SOC or DSG running gun surplus and not giving it to SOC when they actually need it to fund worthy student groups is also problematic. And then third of all, SOC has a rule both in annual budget and in their programming to not fund giveaways, and this is the only time where they suspend that, or they didn't suspend the rule, but DSG went ahead and suspended that rule, and I don't think we have a good enough reason to do that. The other thing is in a year when this funding runs out, presumably if will run out probably in a year if it's $20,000, and in 2 years if it's $40,000, the amount of money that the Chanticleer will ask for every year in order to maintain giving free yearbooks to students is $70,000 per year. If our $20,000 out of the annual budget only passed by one vote, the chances that the Senate 2 years from now will vote to fund $70,000 out of the annual budget, sort of out of the blue, which is 10% of the amount of money that SOC gets to allocate both in annual budget and in programming, is slim to none. So that means that a lot of the people who voted in the referendum to get a free yearbook, the majority of which are freshmen, will likely not get those yearbooks. So I believe that in that way the referendum was misleading because they were told, if you vote yes on this and if the Senate supports you, you will get a free yearbook, but in reality you will not. Only the classes of 2017 and 2018, if you guys do decide to overturn my veto, will get those yearbooks. So I think passing or overturning my veto will make it so that the Senate understands and accepts that they are willing to have put forth a misleading referendum and then ultimately approve the spending that would let that misleading referendum get codified. So I think that the opportunity cost that we have is too high with $40,000. It's high already with $20,000, but I'd rather manipulate and lose that much amount of money of activities fee than the larger sum, which is $40,000. Yeah.
I just have clarifying questions.
Yeah.
So, are we voting on your ability to line item veto?
No, so the judiciary already said I can't line item veto. So the Chanticleer is getting $20,000 of funding, period.
Got it.
If you veto me, or overturn my veto, sorry. If you overturn my veto, the Chanticleer gets $40,000. If you don't overturn my veto, the Chanticleer gets $20,000.
Got it.
For the point of clarification, what does the price structure funding personally and Chanticleer look like with only the $20,000 that they currently have?
Yeah, so it's unclear. I mean, the way that VP Lockhead sort of explained it was they need $40,000 in order to fund books for the senior class for the next 2 years, based on the amount of money that they have in surplus. So this is just me sort of back of the napkin calculation, but what that says to me is if they need $70,000 a year to fund every single group based on the cost structure they had, that means that they likely have about $100,000 in surplus to ask for the $40,000, which would allow them to get free yearbooks for 2 years. So likely that $100,000 in surplus, we're giving them 40. So if we give them $20,000, they'll have 120. They can clearly get free yearbooks for the class of 2017, and then we'll likely need to find additional sources of funding to give free yearbooks to class of 2018, or we'll charge people like $5 or $10 to make up the $20,000 that we don't fund them.
Yeah, I'll go really fast. So I'm going to speak fast, not a lot of time, so you guys pay attention to what I have to say. I know you do, but listen close. Okay, so the big point is that the $20,000 that we've already allocated for annual budget is going to the Chanticleer, like it's done. The reason why I think you should overturn the veto is even if you don't believe this is the best use of money, which I kind of believe it is, the cost is not sunk. So in other words, if you choose not to overturn the veto, then effectively we're funding half and we don't get the free yearbooks for either class, which I think there's a good case to make for why that's a good thing. So in other words, if we choose to give them half of the money, which we're already going to give them, and not give them the second half of the money, then there's no point in giving the first half. So it's not a sunk cost, which is why I'm asking. So the reason is if the funds don't reach what they've asked for, the $40,000, then they have to revert back to a pay model that doesn't effectively change the economies of scale we talked about before. So the reason that this makes sense to me is because the cost per book was more than halved, and because the cost of the book was more than halved, a lot more students buy the book. So if we don't fund them what's necessary for them to provide the book at those costs, then students aren't going to get the book at the number that we think they would if the book was free. So the first thing is it's not a sunk cost, so it doesn't make sense to fund this halfway. We should fund the whole thing. So again, quickly, the other arguments, we talk about this all the time, but 81% of the student body, literally the one time we asked them for an opinion, told us we should fund the yearbook. Second, the student activities fee was literally created for the purpose of giving a yearbook, but I think that's not really the point, because the point is that it's coming from surplus, and surplus is not used on requests from groups on an annual basis. So the argument that President Mecklai made, for example, in her editorial that it harms student groups doesn't really hold, because student groups are not applying for funding from the surplus account. And again, like, the point is that by funding the Chanticleer the full funding that they're asking to provide the books that they are, effectively what you're doing is you're giving them a chance to spend their surplus in conjunction with DSG money on providing a service that students before them have paid into. So for several years, people in my class and in the senior class have paid student activities fees to get a yearbook that they were expected to get. And because the funding isn't going through this year by DSG, that money is sort of like wasted. So in effect, by giving this money, you're allowing them to not have to revert back to the original cost structure and actually provide the full service that people before them have paid into. So that's a really important thing to think about. So there's an opportunity cost there. And then lastly is that, like, again, I want to explain the gravity of like asking students one time for an opinion on one thing and then not funding it, especially given that the amount of funding that we're giving is so small, right? Like, think about the surplus requests we had for massage chairs that were the same as what I'm asking out of surplus for the Chanticleer, or think about the fact that like we've spent 6 times this much money on other projects, and again, the one time we ask students what they want, we decide not to give it because we believe it's going to have an enormous effect, when in practice it really does not. Okay, I mean, that's, yeah. So if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them, but I think we've heard this. So again, last point is, it's not a sunk cost. It does not make sense to fund them half the money. I know this is like kind of out of line because I don't really have an opportunity to speak. So I'm just
House rules to give you 2 minutes to question. Sure. Is there a second? This motion in court, suspend the rules, continue. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, Senator Sheik.
So if this doesn't pass, or as it, like, so if we don't overturn the veto, and they only get $20,000, won't the pay structure, like, the amount that we have to pay for a yearbook would hypothetically go down, right?
So the idea is that, and I don't want to get this wrong, but the idea is that if it's not funded to the full level that they need to provide a free yearbook, then they're going to have to charge students like some money to pay for a yearbook. And if that's the case, the expectation is that not a lot of students will like know about it, it's not advertised, whatever. And as a result of that decreased number, the cost per book increases, and then effectively we lose the economies of scale.
Sure. So that's not exactly the question I had.
Okay,
So it's more like, would the cost of the book go down compared to last year if we paid this $20,000 or not?
So by giving this money to the Chanticleer in full, you allow them to charge $56 per yearbook to produce, as opposed to last year's $120. Does that make sense?
Senator Bill? 56. So 2 years from now, is there any alternative to eating 10% of the student activity fee?
Yeah, so a couple things. So one is, I believe that even if the Senate votes not to fund this in 2 years, it still makes sense to fund this now, because I think it's frankly like makes sense to fund now. So, but let's assume, for example, that the Senate in 2 years decides not to fund the Chanticleer, then it just reverts back to the pay model, and as a result of the choices we've made now, the Chanticleer spends the surplus that they've accumulated from students paying into it over the years. So in other words, if we don't fund them the full amount, there's no incentive for them to provide a free yearbook for students. They won't do it. And because of that, they will hold on to all of the money that they've taken from students over the course of like the 20, 30, 40 years that there's always been a free yearbook. So in other words, by funding the full amount, we're effectively like recuperating the 90 grand that they've accumulated over time. So the point is that it is true that the Senate might not vote to fund in 2 years. I still think it makes good policy, and I also think it gives better evidence to the Senate in a couple years that it's something that students actually do want, so that when it does come up for substantive debate, there's something to go off of. And I think that for the small, frankly, for like a pretty small cost, is something that that I think makes a lot of sense. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. All right. Motion to extend by 2 minutes.
Second.
Second. There's a motion to extend speech time by 2 minutes. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Vice President, question?
So both President Mecklai and SOC Chair Goodbye and the rest of SOC, who know more about finances than anyone else in this room, like you finances, right, and programming budgets and annual budgeting, have both like very strongly come out in opposition to this. So I'm just wondering what information you have, or financial insight you have, that they don't have, that makes you oppose the rationale?
Yeah, because I think it's SOFC's obligation to follow their guidelines, which makes perfect sense. And so, for example, when the Senate comes and says, you know, we don't want to fund the yearbook because we believe that students, you know, and student groups and organizations deserve this money more, or whatever, then ultimately, like, that's a choice that they can collectively make. So it's not a matter of unequal, like, information. It's a matter of a difference of, frankly, like, one is priority, and then two is looking at, after that shift has been made, what implications that has for the funding structure, which I think at this point just entrenched the idea that we're going to continue not funding the yearbook. So to answer your question, I would say that the one piece of information that SOFC did not have when they chose to defund the yearbook was the fact that 81% of students decided that they wanted the yearbook to be funded. Now, I'll concede that, like, maybe some people read the first sentence. We've debated this to death. Like, I don't think anybody's going to have a revelation about how they feel about this referendum by me talking about it. But the point is that more than 4 out of 5 people who I believe, like, are literate and read the referendum decided that this was something that they wanted to be funded. So that's the new piece of information. So it's not a question of understanding finances. And frankly, like, I would argue I understand Chanticleer's finances equally as well, or probably better than Akil, who deals with hundreds of student groups, as opposed to me who's, like, sat down on the room with us for, like, hours and hours and hours and talked about this and talked about the contract. So
the question was particularly, they say it's going to debilitate the programming fund next year, whereas you say it won't because there's going to be some magical source of funding that's going to come through the next year or two to recuperate that.
Sure, right? Because one, this vote has no bearing on student group section, right? It'll have a bearing on what DSG can spend out of the surplus, just like anything else we pass. But this is coming out of surplus. This is not affecting programming. That's already been made, so that's not the choice you're making. Again, it's not a sunk cost. If we're going to fund them, we should fund them. It does not make sense to give them part of the money and then stop them.
I don't need to do back and forth. Just a quick point of clarification. So surplus and programming funds, at least in the fall, were actually overlapped, right? Because we had to pretty much bail out SOFC for a semester by giving them surplus money to the programming fund, right? And based on increasing trends of student groups requesting money, that looks like it's going to happen the next year too. So when you say that it's coming out of surplus, not programming, that's not really true, because, like, in all likelihood, we're going to have to refund programming with surplus.
Yeah, great. So let me just correct that, right? They took out a loan because they just disproportionately funded first semester groups and not second semester groups. It was not a question of, we don't have enough money to fund student groups. It was a question of, first semester we went over, let's take some out as a loan and then give it back. So I think that, like, functionally that's, like, not exactly a salient argument. If we believe that there is not enough money for student groups in the status quo without the Chanticleer, then we should raise the student activities fee, and we should not rely on surplus year to year. So I think both practically and also in terms of, like, the philosophy of what the funds are intended for, they should be considered separate because they are separate.
So, great, thank you.
Motion to extend the time by like a minute. Motion to extend by like a minute.
Sure, is there a second?
Second.
Alright, this motion before this extend the speaker's time by 1 minute. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
I believe the ayes have it.
So that requires a 2/3 vote because it's overriding.
Alright, can I get a hand raise? All those in favor, raise your hand.
It's important. One question.
Marcus, can you just explain what we're, question time?
Yeah, so by 1 minute.
One question.
Alright, all those opposed? 17 and 19, is that enough? A lot of people didn't vote, but it's not too late.
If anyone hasn't seen my, like, message me on Facebook or do something fast, because I'm, you know.
Motion to recognize Akil.
Second. What is this for? Point of information, I suppose?
Yeah, point of information.
Alright, the chair recognizes the back.
Yeah, so there's a point made about that this surplus fund does not contribute to student groups or programming, so I just wanted to correct an opinion. So as VP Lukács said earlier, 20K was loaned to SOFC in the fall of this year, and the previous year, $60,000 came from surplus to the annual budget, so that's around $80,000. To break that down, $20,000 is on average 25 groups, so VP Lockhead, when he wants to say, I want to fund the Chanticleer versus $20,000 of like student groups, that's one group versus on average 25 groups. So just, that's a point of information, that's a fact. You can go through our statistics, that is an average of 25 groups for $20,000. Thanks.
Point of information. So again, we're not affecting.
No, but I just proved that wrong. $80,000 from the surplus fund in the 2 past years have gone to the program.
I have a point of clarification.
No, but it's literally it's a fact.
Point of information, doesn't that make the statement apply equally to all spending of surplus, which like a lot of things fall under?
No, yeah, I was just talking about the $80,000 in the past 2 years has gone to SOC from surplus. That's a fact.
Alright guys, can I have all your attention please? We'll now vote on the veto. So once again, this is a vote to override the presidential veto, in which case a vote aye in the affirmative is to override it, in essence nullify it, whereas a vote nay is to maintain it.
Motion for roll call vote?
It is a roll call vote.
Okay.
Keizra, do you want to just clarify one more time what the vote means?
Right, and this is the budgetary statute
Just
that
make sure,
was vetoed.
I means that you are overriding the veto, so you want the additional $20,000 out of surplus to go to the Chanticleer. Nay means that you are maintaining my veto and allowing me to slice that 24.
So,
nay equals slice.
nay, slice, aye, don't slice. So, but seriously guys, in case, once again, if you don't understand, aye is to fund the Chanticleer, nay is to not. Victoria, will you please start?
Senator Wales? Nay. Senator Brown? Nay. Senator Gilbert?
Aye.
Senator Gottlieb?
Nay.
Senator Jane?
Aye.
Senator Moneta? Senator Sullivan?
Sorry. Aye.
Senator Katzen? Senator Speed? Nay. Senator Shaw? Nay. Senator Gambardella? Senator Glasser?
Nay.
Senator Letourneau? Aye. Senator Hardy?
Nay.
Senator Smith? Nay. Senator Kadakia? Senator Carrington? Nay. Senator Key? Senator Dellinger?
Nay.
Senator Yango Passy? Senator Lintz? Senator Chang? Senator Bissell?
Nay.
Senator Tromanchik? Senator...
Nay. Sorry. I never said I was here. Yeah.
Senator Pecoraro, Senator Curtis,
Aye.
Senator Zhang, Senator Moore, Senator Good, Senator Palmisano,
Abstain.
Senator Bullock,
Nay.
Senator Gingley, nay. Senator Farrell,
Nay.
Senator Hess, Senator Leddy,
Aye.
Senator Bartlett,
Nay.
Senator Sykes,
Nay.
Senator Yuki, Senator Porteous,
Aye.
Senator Brunetti,
Nay.
Senator Scopus, nay. Senator Thompson, aye. Senator Caldwell,
Aye.
Senator Wilson,
Nay.
Senator Hopkins,
Nay.
Vice President Lukachi,
Nay.
Vice President Norwalk, Vice President Zancil, nay. Vice President Wiseman, nay. Vice President Blockhead,
Aye.
Vice President Melgard, Vice President Dinner,
Wait, I'm here.
Melgard,
Nope. Nay. Lol, no. It's my last meeting.
Alright, the Chanticleer.
What?
Question time. Will exec please come down?
It's our last one.
that.
I said it's exciting. I'd like to be here next.
Okay, I feel like
So, how has your experience on DSG exec changed you as individuals?
Let's know how DSG exec changes as individuals.
Ask us personally over Facebook.
There you go, next question.
I'm a shell of a man.
straight up savage.
I thought of it.
Any further questions?
Yes, Senator Holmes.
What is the best way to phrase a proposal memo for a project next year if potential talks about funding haven't even begun yet?
So just write down all the information about what the project idea is, where it came from, and then say like funding mechanisms, so we discussed. If anyone's curious, reach out to me, here's my email. Yeah, just put all the other information.
Any additional questions?
This is our last chance.
Don't you want to ask about this project? Lakita, ask about this project.
Yeah? Wait. Give me like 5 minutes. Sorry. Yeah.
Moving on to the bylaw amendment. A lot of our topics are ready.
Do you want to do one last time? If Hopkins wants to share one last time.
Not yet. You haven't put that.
What? To what?
Check.
Oh, sure.
What is it? What's chat?
Alright guys, so we briefly spoke about this last week.
Hey guys,
This is to institutionalize the Student Health Advisory Committee. JP and I and several other senators have worked with Dr. John Vaughn of the Student Health Center. He's a student director of Student Health, and we want to make this an official part of our new student government in the same way that DSG is or line monitors. You want to put anything to add? Any questions? Vice President Lockett?
Would this be temporary until the new student health building is done, or like?
No, this would be prior, it's already in existence, we just want to institutionalize it.
Yeah.
We've actually been working with Dr. John Vaughn to feel out what exactly we want in the new student health building.
So, yeah, most of the discussion and kind of the decisions that are made in CHAC actually aren't about the new student health building, they're about like student health policy, which obviously like overlap with programming for the two student health building. So while it's probably more important that this exists in next year, it's still important that it continues to happen.
Who's currently on chat?
All right, let me answer this. Dr. John Vaughn, John Barco, John Liu, John Lukacs, John Caldwell, and Sean Bissell. and that Sean is just a derivative of John. Oh, and then Shivani.
Wait, Shivani?
I saw it gyrating.
And Shivani's voice is going Okay, any other questions?
Call the question.
Second.
Last meeting, there was a protected identity.
I would just like to forego that.
Would anyone like to give a protected name?
Seeing none, all those in favor of the bylaw amendment, please raise your hand.
Chippy. Going directly to.
I have to work on the lab. Do tomorrow.
Come on.
He's just soaking up the moment, guys. Let him someone get him a tissue.
All opposed?
Come on.
You did it all.
Wait, don't we have to do awards for?
Yeah. We'll do it at the end. I'm the senator.
Yeah. I want an award.
Alright.
I get an award. Blockhead, Melbourne, and normal. Right now.
Well, I think Tanner and I will.
Apparently reliability.
Yes. Okay, so guys, just sort of an update on what this is. So most of you guys hopefully were here last week, but basically, right now, all the vice presidents and the president are automatically appointed to the Board of Trustees. DSG basically gets 11 spots total, so 8 of those spots are taken up by exec members, and then 3 are left as at-large applications. We brought forward a proposal to actually switch that so that only 2 of the positions were allocated to DSG exec specifically. That was for the president on undergraduate education and for Michael for the VP of Facilities and Environment on the Facilities and Environment Committee.
And the arts.
And the arts. And then the other 9 would basically be an at-large application. Last week we talked about like doing an informal straw poll, which was 21 yes, 1 no. But ultimately we decided not to send out the application the next morning because out of Richard Rydell's office because we didn't want it to feel coercive for any senators who wanted to change their vote because that was obviously like very informal and had been a 6-hour-long meeting. So you're not held to that at all. And no application has been sent out, so any decision that we make is totally valid, and students won't have to apply for something that DSG is not allocating to them. The proposal still stands as it is. We modified a couple of things, and thank you to the Chronicle editorial board for being critical of the proposal that was originally proposed. Sorry if I could just get a little quieter. Thank you. So basically, the 2 sort of corrections we made. One was to the timeline, which was always going to be changed. We just hadn't updated it on the proposal. So obviously pushing everything back by a week. And we also got an extension to submit the names by June 3rd. So pushing back an extra week so students have more time to fill out their applications. So they don't have to do it like during finals week. They can do it the week after finals week. And then introducing sort of like a phone interview component, which we've used in the past and has been pretty successful. The other change that we made was sort of to the interview section, and so the edit board's recommendation was to do a panel of interviews. Unfortunately, we can't do that because school will be ending, and a lot of people's time will have gone home, so we can't do panel interviews. However, we will be doing basically, it's up to sort of like the group of people that will be interviewing's discretion, but our recommendation is 3 phone interviews for every candidate that makes it to sort of like the finalist stage. 1 hypothetical scenarios, 1 for persuasiveness, 1 for professionalism. And we'll be sort of like a screening process on the written application to facing finalists, again, out of that interview pool. That interview pool is listed in the informal proposal, but it's all the outgoing seniors that have sat on that executive board before. And hopefully sending out sort of like an application to the student body, we won't have too much overlap in terms of who knows who, so we'll be able to find interviewers that don't have conflicts of interest with interviewing candidates. I think there are 11 undergraduates that can interview, and then also like we reached out to some GPC members that also said that they would be like interested in interviewing, so we should definitely be able to fulfill that criteria. Does anyone have any questions about this proposal? Can I do that? Oh, sorry.
I'm just setting up the timer. Okay, I'll buy the questions now, secretaries.
The young trustee, which is actually supposed to be a position separate from DSG, is themselves elected, correct?
Yes.
It says no impact on that.
Well, there's a twofold process. One is about the YTC, which we believe is important, right, because they should be qualified. That's something that we're going to do here. The process of this election will be similar in terms of what the qualities they look for are to the YTC process, but the young trustees, of course.
Yeah, and just a reminder that obviously, like, the number of people that vote for the young trustee is nearly double the number of people that vote for VPs for DSG. Also, the skills required to win a VP election in DSG are very different from the skills required to run the Board of Trustees. I would say that is not the case for young trustee candidates because the qualifications that are required are different. For VP candidates in DSG, it's mainly, I would say, your platform, and then for young trustee, it's got your persuasiveness and professionalism, which are the actual skills you need. So very different criteria.
And moreover, I don't believe that in a DSG VP election, people are making a decision based on the assumption that that person will sit on the Board of Trustees. In fact, I would guess that probably 99% of people who vote in DSG elections have no idea that you sit on the Board of Trustees if you're a VP.
So this is a two-part question. First, you just made a compelling argument about funding the Chanticleer based on you trust the student body and you think that they're informed even when they're not, and now you're going to the opposite argument, which is slightly confusing. So can you explain that? And then the second question is, have you looked at other models such as, ECAC has a different model while still trying to achieve the outcome where their executive branch of the academic council is the one that chooses all those people and makes sure that they fit the needs of a certain committee, which is what your argument is, as well as serves the interests of faculty members. Have you looked at that model?
Yeah, I would say that that model is this model actually almost entirely, right? So what you're saying is like the outgoing executive board chooses amongst themselves which candidates they think are most qualified instead of people being automatically appointed just because they get a faculty or tenure position or position on ECAC, right? So what you're saying is there should be an additional vetting process done by the executive board, and we're saying the same thing. So I'll sort of answer your second question that way, and you can take the first question.
Yeah, okay, so I'll guess I'll spend time delineating the difference between those two things, right? So one is, sorry, I'm just deciding like how much energy to put in this response, not to be like. So the difference, right, is that with respect to the Chanticleer, the idea is that it's a specific policy proposal that students should determine. In other words, it is relevant that students should be able to say, we believe that we should or should not do a yearbook. And when we ask them a specific question, I believe that DSG, as the body that ultimately fills the student body's wishes in terms of where programming funding goes, has a role to play in upholding that promise.
So you asked a question, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, right. So that's the first. The second is that we fundamentally do not believe that the role of students is to provide an advocate for specific policy positions on the board, whereas it is expressly the role of students to determine what they want in terms of DSG funding allocation. So I think those are entirely different arguments. And I think if the argument, again, is that I'm flip-flopping by somehow supporting what students want via the Chanticleer referendum, and then taking away student voice in the Board of Trustees, I think we again misunderstand what the role of the Board of Trustees is, and fundamentally misunderstand the difference between specifically deciding what you want to do in terms of a decision with funding that affects students, because it is our prerogative as a DSG board to allocate those funds, as opposed to provide information to a Board of Trustees that makes decisions on a fundamentally different plane of the universe.
I would also say that if there are two candidates, one has an incredibly strong platform that you believe they can accomplish. One is better on the Board of Trustees for VP candidates. The student, you can't ask them to possibly vote for the student they think is better on the Board of Trustees when their role advocating the platform is much more important and elevated and you move to that position. So unfortunately, also students are voting on a whole different set of criteria for the vice presidents than they otherwise perhaps would be if we allowed them to vote for all the other candidates. And we obviously see that in the huge difference in campaign between young trustee candidates and VP candidates.
I think an important question to ask just to canvass the debate about this is, do you think, as people who have sat on the Board of Trustees for a year, 3 meetings now, do you think that the purpose of representatives from the student body being on the Board of Trustees is so that they can contribute their undergraduate insights, or so that they can acquire information they can then use in their roles?
So I think that it's the first. I think that part of that is because everything that happens on the Board of Trustees is purely confidential. So even if you sit on the exec board, you can't even share the material that you've learned with your executive board. That's one thing. Second, it's not particularly actionable because again, you can't explain the rationale behind decisions that you're making. Third, oftentimes they're not things that are actionable just in general, right? Like the types of policies that you're passing as a student, they're not things that you can actually build anything off of. So for all those reasons, I think primarily and almost exclusively you function as someone who's meant to provide information on the undergraduate experience, which is something that a variety of students can do to vary degrees of success.
And then finally, right, like if you don't buy that argument, like ask why we're leaving the VP of Facilities and Youth Services on the Board of Trustees. And it's because, and the President, is because we believe that uniquely for those two positions, that two-way street does exist. And that's why we believe that it should not be an at-large position, and that's not the case for the rest of the positions. So it's a point well taken, but that's a really important position.
Hold on.
Facilities.
Motion goes to stand by 5 minutes.
There's a motion before the speakers stand by 5 minutes. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say 5 minutes.
I don't think you had a question.
All right, Senator Rankin.
I just want to ask, in a very honest way, what was the motivation for doing this legislation now as opposed to at a different point in the year?
Yeah, so this was something that I felt passionately about my freshman year, and then it was like difficult because people on the exec board kept being like, no, we have to sit there, we have to sit there. And in the beginning of the year, we brought this discussion up again, and once again, the exec board was like, well, we don't know, we've only had one meeting, so maybe we need to be there, but it sort of took a bunch of meetings for the VPs. So I also flip-flopped. I pretty strongly felt that they didn't need to sit on it because I kind of championed this for like 2 years. Other VPs like went back and forth, which I think is valid because you can't really make a decision unless you've had like comprehensive experiences. As for why this timeline got delayed between the last Board of Trustees meeting and now, I mean a variety of things, but a lot of people were running for election, and frankly, like we just got pushed back, right? Like surplus became an issue, and that's on me. Like I'll take that sort of personally responsible for that because I didn't propose this earlier than I should have. I still think that it's not too late to do it, but I would say that's like the was a issue. And again, this was an idea that was literally exactly talking about since this time last year. Like I think I brought this up at our exec lunch or something. So like, promise me this is not personally motivated by any individuals on the executive board.
I mean, it's really about that it does not happen in the beginning of the year or even in the middle, right? Like, so I was somebody who really believed that we should have these spots and then went to 3 meetings and was like, no, I don't believe that we should. And so for a new executive board to come in the fall and rehash this debate without having sat on the board for the amount of time that we have, I think is going to be a far less informed discussion than having the conversation.
So I'm a little interested as to why you picked this particular committee structure for selection. So my rationale being that if we want to open it up to more students, why is it just that we're going to have 1 or like 2 people on a committee versus actually convening like a big, like essentially a new YTNC to select all these people?
Yeah,
versus something that's just, a senator and someone who's probably former DSG sitting in a room.
Yeah, so what I would say is a couple things. So one, we expect more than 12 applicants for these positions, right? Because for young trustee, everyone knows there's a position available. Now there's 9, so I think we're going to get a huge influx of people. I don't think we can have a panel adjudicate for, as many applicants as we think will happen. Also, then we think, okay, we're going to have 5 people read each application, give it a score, choose if it's a finalist or not, 3 people interviewing, and hopefully some of those people, like there are people right now who are not DSG who sit on the board or not currently DSG, so like Molly Walker, Jay Sullivan, and Lava, who've all previously been DSG but aren't in the status quo. And then also hopefully some GDSC members. Right, and Jay, like that's what we're trying to solve. Like that's the problem we're trying to solve is that we have had too many DSG affiliated people. The problem is that like there's going to be 1 year where the DSG people have to adjudicate because there's no way to break that status quo unless you break it. But starting next year, right? Starting next year when we pick students from the student body that aren't DSG, they'll be able to adjudicate because they've sat on the board and have that experience, and then we no longer have this DSG hegemony issue. So I totally agree with you that like it really sucks that this year a lot of DSG people are going to do the adjudication for who sits on the board next year, but there's no other way to do it.
And I'd also add that it's not worse over the status quo. So over the status quo, for the people who are choosing who's sitting on the board, it's almost entirely DSG. Like I, for example, knew everyone that I was interviewing to sit on my committee. That's not good, but like that's kind of how it was. So it's a point well taken, but again, it's not worse than it is in the status quo, and it's being done to break a cycle that next year is going to have really substantial implications for who gets on the board, and that being fair process.
Okay, Senator Curtis.
So I just find it hard to believe that there's absolutely zero benefit that most of the VPs have gotten from information gleaned about the university's strategic vision for, say, academic affairs, which they do actually discuss undergraduate education or undergraduate education for social culture. I find it somewhat fishy that there's zero information gleaned. So how do you justify that that's not worth it compared to?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that you tell the person that sat on the committee what that committee discusses when it's confidential, just because I'm not really sure where you would know that from, but sort of you can talk to members of the executive board. I think out of the 8 that were automatically appointed, I'm sorry if I'm speaking for anyone, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think 7 of the 8 felt that their position in DSG as a VP was not like their ability to do work was not predicated on that, right? So like,
But I think that is true.
Sorry?
Wait, raise your hand if you think that you needed to be on your board of trustees committee. I think it's me, dinner, and Norwalk, so it's 3 out of 5.
Yeah,
sorry,
you're right.
And George
just so, like,
had
dissociate
3.5
the
out of
argument.
8 thought they needed to be there.
Yeah, so dissociate the argument of, I believe that I should be on the Board of Trustees committee because I believe it's DSG's role to do X, Y, Z things for the students, and I believe I need to be on the Board of Trustees committee because it's important to doing my job, and those are 2 different arguments. I think that the first argument that philosophically we should have people on the committee because that's our role as DSG is to represent students is a salient argument, and you can make it. We've discussed why we disagree with it, but the argument that you need it to inform the work that you do is only true for the president and for the person who does facilities, and that's why we're doing this.
And what I would say is like, as people that have sat on it, you realize that the university has a lot of issues that it discusses, and a lot of those issues aren't specifically about undergraduate students, and so, I'm sorry, so yeah, that's the best way I can answer your question.
5 minutes has elapsed, unless you wish to speak time by 3 or 7 minutes.
And also not to be like super annoying or like that guy, but like really pay attention, like maybe put on your laptops, because again, if we believe that the young trustee is important, this is probably
This is like
5
9 times more important.
as the young trustee, so like really.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes.
Okay.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
I guess I just want some clarifying questions. So this would be for people who already are elected into a position and thought that that position came with a certain role, instead of like people in the future who might have a better idea of what that role entailed. Like that's where my confusion lies as to why this is immediate and not after.
Yeah, I think it's just because like, if we believe that this is good policy, then enact good policy sooner, I think is better. In terms of the argument, like, I would really hope that no one ran for their VP role because they get to sit on the board of trustees, because that's not really even, I would say, in the top 5 type like responsibilities that the VP is supposed to have. And then I also think, again, at the end of the day, if we believe that it doesn't necessarily inform your work, I don't believe that it's an entitlement that DSG should have, right? Like to be a VP, you get lots of benefits. I think it's quite entitled for us to believe that we deserve these positions, when I don't think that we deserve them. I think that we are granted them as a privilege.
And secondly, right, like let's assume that this is good policy, and the argument is, well, we shouldn't do this because people ran under the assumption they were going to be on the board. All of those arguments still stand, but if we were to do it a different way, then we would be having this debate among people who have not been on the board long enough to understand why we should move the position. So ultimately, like, no matter what
it has to
happens,
happen at the end of the year. It always has to happen at the end of the year to have this discussion.
Okay, Senator Thompson.
2 questions. So, based on your proposed timeline, when are applications going to be due?
Can you pull up the VP removal VOTs, the second from the right, and scroll down? And there's something that says scroll down more. And I'll say like timeline actual. Yeah, there you go. So that's sort of like proposed timeline, a little off the cuff.
Okay. So, considering that, like, finals and each week and then summer's hats coming up, like, what like makes you guys think that like people outside of DSG are going to be applying to this, or like what makes you think that advertising is going to be strong enough, that people are going to be interested, / have time to apply to this?
Yeah, so I think that like the opportunity to sit on the Board of Trustees, hopefully someone will be like, I gotta go to Spangal every night of each week so I won't be able to apply. Like, I think 2 weeks to apply, including like a finals week where you have no class for 8-9 days, plus you have like summer has started. I think that if there's any time when students have the most time to fill out applications, I actually literally think that it's now. Like you literally have no class, and then once your finals ends, you still have an additional 4 days of no school to write your application. It's like a 2-page application. Like I think that I think that the timeline is
And also I'll add that in the past, we've advertised this be like the DSG blast, which like I hope people read, but like it's very different when it comes from Riddell as a student body-wide email. So for example, for the Young Trustee, we saw a substantial increase in non-DSG applications just because it was advertised via Riddell instead of the blast. And I have all the reason in the world to believe that the same will hold true.
So, I think that Senator Thompson's question is actually a fairly good one, but I want to rephrase it. So, even if this year, because the timing might be like slightly less amenable to students' schedules, right? Even if this year there are fewer applicants for this position, then next year when maybe we'll have it earlier, even if we accept that as true, don't you think it's still good that we have some applicants, right? So even if like there's 2 people apply for a position, isn't that still better than the VP being entitled to it?
Oh, it's a leading question. It's a leading question.
I got
Yes. Yeah, thanks for asking the question and thanks for bringing that point up, right? Like, again, and I think makes a good point, right? That if only 2 more people apply that are non-DSG that didn't before, that's still outreaching to more students, right? So, and again, I still really think that like if you want to sit on the Board of Trustees, like if you have an application, right, you're not. I'm pretty sure Beach Week ends by then. Do people go to Beach Week for that long? Like I'm pretty sure Beach Week also is over. So I think you get enough time. If Beach Week isn't over by Wednesday and y'all feel really passionately about it, I've never gone, so I don't know. We could extend it to Friday the 14th. I'm happy to do that if that alleviates your concerns.
Yeah.
Friday.
Great, Friday the 14th. Thank you guys. Friday Beach Week.
Friday is the 13th.
Friday's the 13th. Oh, God.
I leave you Thursday.
So are all my dates on here?
Can I continue this?
Yeah.
Speaker time's elapsed. Since this looks like we have many questions, can I get a
She's got a
Can I motion to amend?
yeah, just Sarah.
Can we, so great, like I think it's a great idea wanting more student input, but considering we have gone.
Note that we're on the exec bylaw right now, so you know.
What?
We're on the exec bylaw, so if your amendment is pertinent for this one.
So there are
Yeah,
two
it is. She's
bylaws.
about to give the amendment.
Oh,
Wait a
that's
second
it.
to let her
Say
say
that
it.
I'm giving it that thing. So, like I get how it's important to want more student input in something like Board of Trustees, that's a huge deal, but would you be willing or agreeable to moving this to the next election cycle? Because like the current VPs who have been elected, like came in thinking they're going to have this position, they think this position is going to inform them and like better serve the students.
To clarify, so are you asking us to postpone this debate till next year, or asking that it take effect in year?
Take effect next year.
So I would think that's fine for me, but.
I would also say unfriendly, and again, the reasoning behind that would be, like, obviously we've considered that option, otherwise we wouldn't be here, like, doing that at the last meeting. The reason is because, again, fundamentally, if we think that this is good policy, then there's no reason to enact it this year. And the second reason, again, is, like, having this idea that, like, people should be running for DSG vice president for things other than to be the vice president, I think, is, like, a problematic thing to assume in itself. And again, I think that no one can best speak for if this committee will inform exec as past exec, and I think that that information that we're presenting to you guys has been presented, and we're telling you guys that, like, for the majority of positions, we feel that that is not the case. So even though VPs ran with that assumption, we're telling you that assumption is something that we don't think is, like, valid or legitimate.
Like, I didn't even know. I was like, surprised. I didn't get on board, right? That was sweet, but again, that speaks to, I think, the culture.
Senator Jane, would you like to make your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, would you like to come down and speak in favor of it?
Can I talk to Mary?
Huh?
Okay. I'll go for it. I'll go. No, amendment. Okay. So again, amending to make this come into effect next election cycle because, so I kind of have 3 problems with this. So one, it came after elections, like they had 3 Board of Trustees meetings, the next one is after finals week, so they had this gap after their last Board of Trustees meeting and before elections to propose this. So there's that. Also, like the incoming VPs had this assumption that they were going to be on the Board of Trustees. We don't know if it affected their decision to run or not, but like we have to take that into consideration. And 3, I think if we want to have the student body like participate in this, then having a year to really tell them about this, saying, oh, this is coming up, you're gonna be able to apply, and not having to do it a week after finals when people maybe wanna relax is a better option.
Alright.
Can we just do a quick poll of people who ran for VPs this year? Did anyone run for VP, or if this had been implemented earlier, would anyone not have run for their position?
I think that's a personal question.
Is that, if that's perceived as unfair, okay.
Unless you want to ask a different question.
So let me ask you a question then. So you make the point that people came in with the assumption that they were going to be on the Board of Trustees, and that's great, but doesn't that not make sense because, as Tanner stated, the voters didn't know that the people that they were voting for were going to be on the Board of Trustees.
But they also didn't know they had the option of applying themselves.
Right, because they don't.
Alright. VP Dinner, do you have a question? I was responding. Any further questions? Okay, is there a light?
If there have been, in the face of arguments that it would still be a better policy to like not have this be the case, how much bearing do you think that has, given that it's not one of like the more primary roles of VPs, and given that like several VPs have said that they don't get the forms they're going to do their jobs now?
So this might be kind of shady to say, but considering the fact that the 3 returning members of the exec most likely will be on the Board of Trustees because Tara and Nora will both maintain their positions. Tanner, considering he served on the Board of Trustees this past year, he applies will most likely be the most qualified candidate. I think they're guaranteed their positions. So I'm sorry to say that, but like it's kind of shady.
Just a point of clarification though, wouldn't those people have their positions either way?
Exactly, because they're not losing anything.
Yeah, that's not like they're gaining.
So by
But they're not using it.
extrapolation.
Vice President Monte?
Yeah, so, I mean, aside from the logic of like, that doesn't make sense for me to like deprive myself of a spot that I'm not even going to probably apply for, because I'm just like not interested in. Like, my question is, so the reason, for example, that I asked that we pay attention to this because this is really important. So my question to you is, do you think that actually the gravity of the role and the importance of having the best students in that role would actually make it make more sense if we believe it's good policy to do next year and not waste an entire year of not filling the most important seats with the best people? So in other words, do you recognize that there's an actual cost to putting it off an additional year?
No, we've had it this past year, and if this was brought up 2 years ago, this idea, then like it could have been brought up before.
So actually the question related to this, if we can do just a brief straw poll to engage where we're at with amendments. Can I get a show of hands of people who would vote for the original amendment, or the original bill without amendments? Raise your hand. Okay, and those of you who would vote for the amendment, please raise your hands. And
Vote for the amendment.
for the amendment plus the, so basically saying that this next year, raise your hands.
Oh, wait. And, but like, if you voted for.
So here we go, so raise your hand if you
This is kind of low-key not.
Alana, just say that there's, yeah, 3 options.
Original amendment.
Yeah.
It's basically allowing them.
Yeah, okay. Who would vote for this happening next, like this upcoming year? Raise your
So
hand.
the Tara's version.
But it's not necessarily.
Okay, who would vote for the, who would vote for the
Guys, listen to what Alana is saying, or this is gonna go on for another 2 hours. Listen to her, be quiet, and raise your hand when you think is appropriate.
Who would vote for the amended version? Raise your hands.
Who would not vote for the non-vote?
Okay, this is a mess.
Basically what she's saying is, if it is amended.
There's a point on the floor.
It will,
She has the right to
okay, it will be the initial legislation, but a year later. So presumably, if you would vote for the original legislation, if it is amended and the amendment passes, that would be the legislation that we're voting on. So would you vote for that again? And then also raise your hand if you would vote for that, even if you weren't voting for the original one because it was a year later. Does that make sense?
Or.
So,
sorry,
there's a reason that we have our house rules. I mean, it's obvious in game theory terms what would happen here. There's a reason that we go in the order that we go in. So I think that Alana's questions are actually out of order with our parliament. So.
Is this
Nevertheless,
And also,
in order
Andy, you
to
can't
mean
speak
that
like
we
that.
need time, and if this does save us time, the next 3 hours, then so be it.
Here's a way to do maybe a more fair straw poll, dinner, let me know if you're okay with this. you have basically one vote that you can allocate among 3 options. The first option is pass this for this coming exec. Second option is pass this for the next exec.
But
third
usually
is
we don't, because those aren't mutually exclusive.
Point of.
And it doesn't matter, I just wanted to straw poll because I was gonna pass amendment, it's fine, we don't need to do straw poll, everyone's fine. Everything continue, move forward with your lives. Any more straw poll?
Do you want to eliminate it? I kind of think it would still be hard.
But it's like, no, it's not mutually exclusive, like, if somebody votes for the plan and the amendment passes, then Anita says it's up next year, it's probably still one.
If I may. Hold on, if you can hear me, clap once. Good. Senator Jane's time has elapsed, or questioning time has elapsed. We're now in line for affirmative speech.
Motion to extend for one question.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
How much? Motion to extend for 1 minute. All right, is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor to increase Convener Jane's time by 1 minute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it, 1 minute. Is there any questions? Vice President Mecklai?
Yeah, so again, my question before that I don't know is quite actually answered was, we believe that there's a cost to putting this off a year to not put the best students on the board, and you responded by saying that it's not a cost because this is how it's always been, and we should have just done this earlier. So my response is, doesn't putting it off a year actually pose a cost that we can just get rid of by not putting it off a year? In other words, isn't it irrelevant what we chose not to do in the past? And should we just then not choose to impose an additional year of cost on ourselves by postponing? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I'm gonna say, I don't think there's a cost.
All right, any further questions? 20 seconds left. Thank you, Senator Jane. Would anyone like to speak in the negative of the proposed amendment? Senator Brooks.
Yeah, so I think first I'd like to start by saying, like, despite her point about, oh, they'll probably have the position anyway, I think it says a lot when members on the exec who know more about the Board of Trustees than any of us possibly could, when they come down and they propose something like this, I think that should be heavily taken into account. Furthermore, all that her amendment would do would postpone this by a year, right? If we think this is good policy, absolutely nothing comes of postponing it by a year. If her argument is that vice presidents would not have, if her argument is that newly elected vice presidents would not have run if they knew they wouldn't be on the Board of Trustees, then if this passes, they have 2 options. They can apply to be on the Board of Trustees, and if they really are the best for the job, they should be chosen, right? If we trust in the system that we put in place for them to be chosen. And if they only wanted the vice president position to be on the Board of Trustees, then they can step down if they don't want to do it anymore. Like, if they ran solely because they wanted to be on the Board of Trustees, and if they don't get it because they're not the most qualified, then they can step down. Furthermore, postponing this kind of policy for just 1 year doesn't achieve anything other than postponing what we would think is good policy. Like, this goes directly to those of you who are not willing to vote for it now, but might vote for it in the future. Unless you're one of those people that's going to serve on the Board of Trustees and you don't trust the current exec board and you want to hear about this for yourself, right? Unless you want to experience it for yourself and then make that decision, you're just postponing something that's going to go into practice anyway. Right, just, yeah, you'll get to be on the Board of Trustees if you're a newly elected VP, and you won't have to apply for it, right? I'm of the thought that the same way that a VP should be elected by the people, the Board of Trustees they have to go through an applications process. You absolutely should, right? Look at the young trustee. They go through an applications process, and then they're elected by the student body. Here, if you're trying to get a free pass, or you're trying to afford people a free pass, when the majority of the student body doesn't even know that they're electing people to this Board of Trustees, that's something else, and that's, you can take that on for yourself, and if you feel like you're doing that in good faith and for the right reasons, go ahead and do it, right? I just think that it's really important to keep in mind what you're allowing. By passing this, you're allowing people to run for one position and get another, and you're completely blocking the entirety of the student body from having the opportunity to represent the rest of their constituents and to provide, or the rest of their peers, and to provide information based on their own knowledge and their own experience. Like, you're limiting it to DSG.
Now, in line for 5 minutes of questions, beginning with Senator Bull.
I think that we might be ignoring something really important for this conversation. So my question is, Senator Jane mentioned that, like, part of the reason she's proposing this amendment is so that we can like account for the fact that like, because if this happens now, and like it applies to the incoming executive board, then like we, like the student body as a whole will have like the span of like the next 2 weeks to learn about this, to consider whether or not they want to apply, and then to write an application for this study. So if we wait a year, then we can like make some, like make this more well known, we can spread information on it, etc. Like I appreciate the like value judgments and whatever that you're making about the policy, but like how do you respond to that like very logistical concern?
Yeah, absolutely. So if her worry is that not enough students will know about it, then your worst case scenario is the status quo. Let's say this doesn't pass. That means our current VPs get the position, right? Give me a second. This doesn't pass, right? The current elected VPs get the position. Okay? This does pass. You give other students the opportunity. Unless your argument is that you don't trust the system that will then choose the members of the Board of Trustees, which could be a valid argument. Unless that's your argument, then the possibility if this passes is either the same VP applies for the position and gets it because they deserve it, or another student learns about it, is proactive, applies for the position and gets it because he or she deserves it, right? So the worst case scenario if this passes, and I'm not going to say the worst, but worst case scenario this doesn't pass, current VPs get it, no students have the opportunity to get it. If this does pass, there's still a very high likelihood that the current elected VPs will get it if they're the most qualified, especially because fewer students will apply. So if anything, by passing this, you're allowing a fairly safe trial run where, you know, if you're right, students don't know about it, they can't possibly respond to it, then oh no, we're stuck with status quo. The current elected VPs get it, which I don't think is that awful, right? So if you want to determine a worst case scenario as far as students not knowing, this is status quo. So you got nothing to lose.
Your argument was that if you don't trust, the system, right? We had a system in place that was the students elected this. So are you saying that you don't trust the student body?
Okay. Let me go on the record as saying that in the hilarious analogy, I absolutely do trust the student body. However, I don't believe that it was publicized that the student body was not only electing vice presidents, but that they were also electing people to the Board of Trustees. Furthermore, I trust the student body so much that I am willing to give them the opportunity to be on this Board of Trustees, to represent their peers. If you don't give them this opportunity, it's because you're saying they're not good enough. We have to keep these elected VPs. I want to give them that opportunity.
So, just follow up.
I think I have two questions. I'm confused how going to 3 meetings puts you on a Board of Trustees. And the second part, I think I'm also, like, this direction has been moved a lot from, like, it's been a little bit almost like coercive in the sense of saying that, like now that the VPs who are for this are just ran for certain reasons, blah, 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 but I don't think that's the point that's being made. I think it's more of like people who sign up for the job, people who are voted in are based on this. You can argue that people don't know about it, but that is what happened. And in the future, we can change that and then apply something. But given the fact that the people who applied, people who voted these people in, this was the status quo, it doesn't make any sense that we have the entitlement to change that. Does that make sense? Like, I'm confused on why you think that we even we're entitled to change that based on our notion that the student body doesn't understand.
Can I take that? So my problem is actually that I think that the problem is that students voted not knowing that this should be something that they should base their vote on, right? Like, I don't think a single person running for VP is on their website or something, it's just like, I also think that I am the best candidate to sit on the Board of Trustees. And so I think one of the problems is because the VPs don't, because students don't even know that that's something that they should vote on, students don't vote on that, and then that makes, I think, the people, just because someone gets elected as a VP.
Some people do know about that, though.
I would say 99% of people don't. And I don't even know what VPs do.
This discussion is no longer about the amendment, and I just would kind of like to keep.
Right, that's why it's.
Motion?
I was just, it was something that you said, one, like, I told over 100 people during the election that, you should, that this is time to Board of Trustees.
Motion?
What
Motion
threshold?
to call the question. What? Is there a second? I heard the motion to call the question. Second.
What is the threshold?
There's a motion to call the question.
Second.
It has been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. Did you have dinner? Did you have something to say?
I was just asking what threshold would allow inform the student body enough. So if I told over 100 students, is that enough? What is enough?
Is out of order, John?
So it's out of order.
All right, shh. We'll now be voting on the amendment. Once again, Senator Jane, will you please stand up to clarify to the Senate what the precise amendment entails?
So the amendment is basically saying to keep this, just push its like start date until next election cycle. That's about it.
Does everyone understand?
It's really not that.
A vote aye is in favor of the amendment, a vote nay is in opposition.
Motion for hand raise up.
Okay?
Wait, can you
Oh,
clarify one more time so I know what it is? What
a vote, the amendment is to postpone this until the next election cycle, and vote aye is for it, and vote nay is against it. All right? With that said, all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Of the amendment, or
Yeah,
all of those.
Once again, we're now voting on the amendment, not the bylaw. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Sorry about that.
All right, once again, if you're in favor, please raise your hand.
In favor of the amendment?
Yes.
This is if you want it to be pushed back a year.
All right, I counted 17, 18. All of those opposed, please raise your hand.
George, did you vote twice?
No.
I counted 17, 20. The amendment fails. Moving on, does anyone have any points or motions?
Yeah, I
President
don't
Keizra?
I don't really know how it works. Can you suspend the rules? No.
Vice President Norwell will make the amendment.
Hey guys, so, is it okay if I talk back here, would you prefer for me? Okay,
I can't hear you.
Okay, so it's on the other bylaw, the university bylaw, my amendment is. So I think that,
It's really important. Can you come in front?
yeah, that's what I
I'll
have.
walk in Keizra.
What?
I'll want you to come down too, because he's technically presenting the amendment.
Whoa, there were like big moves at the end of the hour.
Someone's only.
First time.
What's an OR?
He's presenting it for.
Because Keizra can't technically
Yeah, but
present
that's just,
legislation.
this is the only amendment in which he gets sliced. Like, this is the only scenario in which he gets sliced.
I guess it's fine.
He gets kind of sliced.
Okay, no, like.
No one knows more about the sustainable environment, I think, like, he would get it.
Okay, so.
Governing those.
I think this is a, they're the best person to get it.
That's what I'm thinking. If you're the best candidate, you get the position. Why are you
Gosh, there's a miscommunication. President Mecklai initially thought that we were debating the university committee bylaw, however, we were debating the executive bylaw. Yet, I'm going to allow her to explain the amendment she wants to propose. Just in conjunction with President Mecklai.
Okay, so the amendment basically says, to me, it's a compromise, because I think that what Tara Taylor, President-elect and VP Lockhead are getting at is good in that we should, not have redundant DSG perspectives on these committees, and also we should be opening up these incredible opportunities to the student body, and we don't think that they're fully necessary for DSG, but I do think that, DSG is the elected representatives of the students, and I think that it would be difficult for me to accept a system in which we went from 8 people automatically sitting on these committees to 2 people only automatically sitting on these committees, and there to be sort of random non-DSG related, less institutionally maybe knowledgeable students on committees where there isn't a DSG person who can bring in sort of their experience from sitting in these meetings on a week-by-week basis and hearing from all the administrators. So the compromise would be that the executive board of the Duke Student Government shall be granted 1 reserved seat on each of the 5 Board of Trustees committees, the president shall automatically occupy a reserved seat on the trustee committee for undergraduate education. A committee consisting of at least 2 current or recent student members of the Board of Trustees committees and a senator chosen at the president's discretion shall conduct an interview or application/interview process to determine who will sit on each of the 4 remaining committees. This process must occur before the at-large application process. Executive members who are not selected in this process may apply through the at-large application process. So it basically says that like each of the 5 committees will automatically have somebody from the executive board sitting on them, unlike the status quo where only the president and the VPs will sit. Anybody on the executive board, so that's the VPs, the EVP, the chief of staff, and the pro temp and the SOC chair, would be able to apply for these executive board reserve seats, other than the one on undergraduate education, which would be reserved for the president.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Right.
And maybe nobody likes this, I just thought it might be interesting.
There is a question time, but once the amendment is debated, we're going to debate the university community bylaw. You can attend.
Can we suspend the rules and just like amend both bylaws at the same time?
Sure. All right. Is there a motion to suspend the rules?
Or let's just switch to the university committee one, I think we should just talk about it.
We still have to vote on this since there's a production.
Motion to table until we do the other ones.
You can only table until next meeting. This was.
Actually, this wouldn't change.
Right.
Oh, this one doesn't change?
Yeah, because this one just says the president automatically sits on undergraduate.
Yeah, can I?
So
Nevertheless, this was a Kirk, this was a crazy.
Or bleep, right, Alana?
Right, hold on.
Point of information
Hold on,
about
one second, let me explain something. The president, the DSG president can speak at any time during the meeting, in which case I let Keizra spoke now, but we are now in line for protecting negative speech against the executive bylaw amendment.
I would like to.
Would anyone like to speak against the executive bylaw?
Same thing
Point of information?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying the changes that I'm not going to reveal how I'm going to vote on this, but I did help clarify the language in these bylaws. Basically, the exec bylaw used to say like, sits on business and finance and social culture, sits on undergraduate education. The changes to this takes out that delineation. That's the only substantive change to the exec bylaw. There was nothing added and nothing else changed. So you guys can see it up here. So that is just a clarification of like what you're voting on right now. If everything else doesn't pass and exec stays on the Board of Trustees, it means theoretically they can shuffle who gets what spot, but other than that, nothing else changes.
Okay, we're now in line for checking negative speech.
Can I make a friendly amendment, please?
Yeah, if it is friendly.
Keizra, would it be friendly to increase the number of people on undergraduate education to?
We're not talking about this. And you also can't friendly amend an amendment, but no, it wouldn't be regardless.
All right, would you like to speak against it?
This is the whole slice.
This is the executive bylaw. Go ahead.
I didn't buy it.
So is this I'm confused.
Yeah, so a member has to serve I'm not entirely sure.
Guys, I don't want to make a clock, please pay attention.
So please excuse me, this is going to run a little over. This is probably my last speech in Senate ever, so if you guys can close your laptops, I would greatly appreciate it out of respect. If not, that's totally fine. My philosophy on DSG is very different than most of the other VPs. I don't think events and projects should be our goal. My vision for Duke is for students to be a part of the decision-making process for the university and for DSG to be that link. It is important for DSG to be that link because we attempt to preserve institutional memory and actively try to understand how problems for students change year in and year out. The goal I acted on this year for DSG was to be at the table 100% of the time during decision making. And for DSG senators to be experts in their areas and concrete partners with admin and faculty whenever a decision is being made that affects students. That goal cannot be achieved in 1 year. Nothing really that lasting can be accomplished in such a short time period. That is why social culture took up most of the first semester and invested in our senators. That is why I know that Kuber went to Bowles High School, Bella's a civil engineer, Kayla is a first-generation student, John's parents are named Lynn and Kevin. They have read every report on campus culture in the last decade. They have relationships with more high-level faculty than I had in my first 3 years. Do you remember that mission statement and values we did at the beginning of the year, the one that people laughed at for social culture? One of the values that is obviously incredibly important to me as I'm leaving is legacy. We wrote that we wanted to work with the future in mind and make DSG stronger and more capable to serve the student body than it was when we were here. There's a reason that the academic council, the bylaw is exactly the opposite of that vision for consistent student voice. This is removing DSG from the most important and most impactful opportunity to be the voice for students and protecting students. The board level conversations have been crucial to my work, not because I was giving any proposals, but because it gave a sense of the direction of the university and told us what the current priorities are. It gave me introductions to GIPSy, faculty, alumni, and administrative leaders. Those board seats are essential for DSG to act in the best interest of students and in the best interest of Duke. There is a reason the academic council and the graduate students do not give up their seats. It is not about power. For instance, when Thomas Jefferson, yes, I'm going to do that again, built the University of Virginia, he didn't make the role for a president. He said that the faculty and the students would come together and fraternize with the most extreme of ideas, and that they would create the rules that govern themselves. Obviously, they now have a president, and of course the direction goes in a different way, but it is incredibly important to an institution that is trying to adapt and be the best it can be to have a strong, young student voice, and that is supposed to be DSG. While this is viewed as a selfish power grab and the course of argument has already been made, I think it's the opposite. It's about serving the students now and in the future in the best way we can by representing them in all places and at all times. This vision of DSG is not selfish because it's not developed small projects for resume bumps or immediate student gratification. Nobody will know what I did this year because what I contributed to will not be accomplished for years to come. This is about selfless service for a strong DSG that can best serve the interests of students and best serve as an active young voice in university decision making. If we really think DSG is not the relevant voice to have here, we should not give up on this responsibility. Instead, we should work to become that relevant voice. Otherwise, what really is the purpose of DSG? I ask you to vote nay, not only if you agree with me, but also if you're just unsure and want further discussion, because this is very important. If we change this, it cannot easily be undone. Like, this is a very serious decision to make. You are all such amazing people. I really love all of you. Particularly my committee, you have made my experience in DSG incredible. If you use DSG as an institution with an idea and a goal in mind, and you consistently work towards that goal, you guys can accomplish incredible things and make the Duke University way better. So thank you for affording me more time than I was allocated to speak, and for an amazing 4 years. Oh, definitely not.
Is always on your saying, but 5 minutes of question time.
Motion to extend speaker's time. Guys, come on, let's listen up. Any questions? Motion to extend speaker's time by 3 minutes. 1 minute.
He finished. There's a motion to extend speaker's time by 3 minutes. It has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. 3 minutes.
Okay, I only need like 1 minute. So in general, I agree with what Beef and Dinner had to say, and let me see if I can explain kind of why I think that, right? And the primary reason for that is that I think this is a philosophy definition of DSG, right? I think we really should be, I'm sorry? Keep going. Yeah, I think we really should be a policy organization and not a project organization. And for the last couple of years, we've been more project oriented, and I think there is a value to that, but overall, I think we should kind of continue to strive to be really a policy organization. And so how does that relate to the position of the Board of Trustees? So I do think the Board of Trustees positions for the VPs are important to the philosophy definition of DSG as a whole. And the reason is I think a VP sitting on the Board of Trustees is really a two-way street, right? The VP provides perspective on the undergraduate experience to the trustees that the trustees don't necessarily have or haven't had for a long time in some cases. And sure, I'll concede that the VP is not necessarily the right person to do that, right? Or the most qualified person to do that. But the second role that a VP plays is that they absorb the policy discussions on the trustees committee, and they're able to apply that to policy that we as DSG implement to the students. Now, I understand that the supporters kind of would say that, then by supporters I mean the VPs that are supporting this change would say that they actually didn't feel like they got a new perspective. But maybe I'm a hopeless romantic for a day when, the board is when the board is actually discussing issues that we can implement in policy. And so, maybe that's, just not correct, but that's kind of how I tend to agree it, or see it.
1 minute and 10 seconds left. All right, we're moving to the person time. Does anyone have any questions? President
I think it is valiant, and I think that it is romantic, right, to think that the information that VPs get from universities can color the policy that they work on. Without disclosing the specific items, the agenda items that I worked on, I'll just say that's not the case. I wish it were, right, but the university works on a lot of issues. The majority of the ones that affect the Board of Trustees are undergraduate issues. Why? Because students get to work on undergraduate issues more regularly, right? So I think that sort of logic that you have, while a romantic one, I think is not the reality. I think that's what
Two things. One, that wasn't a question. Two, Tara, I believe you are wrong. I personally have gained insight that has colored my vision, and I can't go into any specifics because of the nature of the position. So when I was asked whether I thought my position should be on here, I was not included in as a friendly amendment when Keizra went up and presented, while facilities environment was included. So I don't understand how we're making the determination of what is important enough.
Let me add to that. I definitely think it's perfectly valid for every VP in this room to say that they felt that way this year. But I think this is a change that's going to affect more than just 1 year. And, it may be wrong to say that, what your perspective may be true in 10 years, but I'd like to hope that it's not, and we may, kind of use this as a catalyst for improvement in the future.
Senator Carl?
Do you think the Keizra amendment maintains this policy philosophy of DSG that you outlined?
That's a good question.
I can answer. I think that when we look at the core specifics, I think flexibility is a good idea. I think Keizra is on the right track with that. But I still think that exec should have priority, and I think the limitations that she puts on it are in the wrong direction and kind of nullify the importance of the work that these entities are doing and the importance of fitting into the mission of the university.
And I would add to that. I would say that I think if we're sticking with the philosophy of being able to take a perspective, maybe not information, but a perspective that the Board of Trustees provides, and implementing it to policy that DSG is basically passing, I think it would be better to have all VPs on committees and only have 5 before.
Senator Golden?
So you guys kind of talked about this, and you probably don't want to point views on this, but do you think a move like this, well, I guess motivated by positive sentiment, actually shifts the role of, or shifts the purpose of Duke student government in a very detrimental way?
So when you say detrimental, do you mean?
Like it gets us, either it gets us off mission, or it diminishes our ability to do what we're supposed to do.
All right, so what's our mission?
Tell me why
to be the voice of the students in university affairs. If you look at our Facebook page in the right column,
we also have a fiduciary responsibility. That's a different
and our fiduciary responsibility. So yeah, I think that it actually perfectly aligns with our mission statement. Thank you.
Any further questions? Senator Brown. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Brian, specifically, you were kind of forming your argument based on the idea that the exposure to what's going on at Board of Trustees is what's kind of fundamental to DSG's ability to make policy change, but do you think that DSG vice presidents are the only students on campus that should have that kind of exposure to making policy change on campus? I'm a little confused why you think we're the sole body that is worthy of that exposure.
I don't think we're the sole body, but I think we're the best. And so if you want to go back to Brian's definition of what is our purpose, right? Our purpose is basically to kind of translate this large thing that is like, maybe, okay, that's probably in this characterization. You could give a better speech on this than I could. But I do think our purpose is like to form university policy and kind of help it be best for the students. So
I guess I'm more just saying that if you're predicated, if your whole argument is predicated on this, the benefit of the exposure of the board, because I don't think that students, that these meetings on the board are speaking a ton at these 4 meetings a year. I highly doubt that. So if it is all on this exposure point, I'm just a little confused why you think that we need that to inform our policy more when it is confidential. You can't directly come and say what.
So who else would you think would be better?
I can think of a million groups on campus and a million
I would
students.
like one example.
A student from BSA, a student from DUU, a student from, I could literally list every organization, that has concrete things that they do that they would love to be informed on what's going on at the university level and the direction the campus is going in.
And I completely understand and I agree with that, Mila. That's why it's nobody else's role on campus to understand and work with other organizations like it is ours. So we need to work to make sure that the vision of BSA is in line with the vision of
how often do we work well with BSA though? That's kind of our big flaws in the organization, I think. We don't work well with other groups, so why shouldn't they get a voice?
That's why I think we should work on that. That's what the Chronicle's been writing about all the time, is that we aren't working well with other organizations. So we should work to be better so that we deserve the spot. We shouldn't just give it up.
All right, speaker's time is last for questions, unless there's a motion to increase the time.
Motion to extend by 5 minutes.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to increase the speaker's question time by 5 minutes. It has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Raise your hand if you are in the affirmative. Where's John Jackson? Jackson, lead the council. All right, all those opposed, raise your hand. All right, the ayes have it. 15, an additional 5 minutes.
Also, point of information, so the point of debate is that a lot of people can speak, so while it's good to extend questions, you can ask lots of questions, it can also be good to ask shorter questions and then more people can give positive and negative speeches, so keep that in mind every time we renew for 15 minutes of questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Senator Liddy.
Yeah, so say the original legislation passes and you're right, it's impossible to change back. Don't you think that if the changes you hope to see over the years actually do occur, that since it's a process that is designed to select the best people for the job, if DSG does prove its ability to become the best people for the job in the coming years, wouldn't that inevitably happen anyway?
So I'm gonna make a specific example here. George, you mind staying there for a second? So George most likely would be picked over Basil because he has experience on the undergraduate education. I don't think that is a good thing, because it is not George's job to be then working with those other organizations and understanding what students feel like on a constant basis. So I think that it would lead to people that are inefficient use of the student voice. Would you like to answer that better than I just did?
Yeah, I think it also it would serve as a catalyst for encouraging the VP to kind of fulfill that role, if that makes sense.
So it would be a good thing if the original legislation passed? Or them being guaranteed it would be a catalyst, or them having to move forward?
Well, I think the question shouldn't be this whole guarantee thing, why do people run? Okay, sorry to tap in here, but this, I should have been down here earlier. I was
Wait, you guys both okay with this?
So, but I think the question should be, what is the role, what is the function of student government? they started to get it, which is why I asked them that question. There's two roles that DSG has. We're a funding source, which means we have fiduciary responsibility to students that fund student organizations. The second thing is we are an advocacy organization, and we're an organization that's meant to organize and get a sense of student concerns and represent them to the administration. So we should be looking at this as a way in which, making policy decisions that allow us to better do our job, which is what our functionality and role is. If this allows us, this specific proposal allows us to do our job better, then so be it. I would argue, and they argued as well, that this doesn't. This diminishes our ability, this changes our missional focus, and this doesn't allow us to do our job. That's what we're supposed to do. If we're going to advocate that responsibility and kick it over and just use this as a way of saying, oh, we're making it more open to students, which I don't think we actually are in practice, personally, then I don't really see what the purpose of that is. So I think the framing of the debate needs to change, and that's partially why I wanted to speak.
Senator Caldwell?
Do you feel that some of the relationships formed on the board of, serving on the board of trustees were helpful or essential in sort of your role as communicating what you saw, what you were trying to do and achieve?
Yes. Simply yes. I mean, for instance, I was able to work better with GPSC, a number of people I've become closer with. You guys know that we probably got that meeting with ECAC because of my relationship with Professor Klein, who's on their executive committee. Professor Klein, respectful. So yes, it was very good.
All right.
Oh, and yeah, Shep Moy, who's the head of the Alumni Association.
So I'm a little confused by Jay, your last speech where you talked about sort of changing the mission focus of DSG, and there was something before about DSG is project-based and should be policy-based. And I just wonder, if DSG doesn't work on project programming and policy in tandem, then who does that for us, right? That's sort of the first one. The second is, I mean, you sort of addressed this fine, but I feel like it's still this confusion about if you can create better policy working on the board. And you guys have given a couple reasons why you think that's true. I'll just make it clear again, you're not advocates, so you can't make policy on the board. And the information you get, maybe you can color your opinion if it's relevant, but it has to remain super confidential, so it can't do it in any explicit direct way. Just sort of make that clarification. And that first question about why do we believe that the mission focus of DSG should change from, I mean, we saw the memos, we worked on 80 really cool projects this year. Why should it change from that to this really nebulous concept of representing students that we don't even think we can accurately represent the 6,000?
Because it's essential for making Duke a better place. It is the part of Duke that we are supposed to be the student voice that is a partner in governing our university.
We can do both those things.
I don't. We seem to have this dichotomy between project and policy. And to me, I see policy as just like a long-term project, right? We don't work on long-term projects, and Brian's done a pretty good job of working on a couple long-term projects, or also known as policy. And I think in general, a policy should be broken down into smaller projects, or a long-term project should be broken down into smaller projects. And I certainly think it's great if people continue to work on the programming stuff that we've done for the last couple of years. I think that's valuable to the student body. But I also think we need to focus more than we have in the last 2 years on these kind of policies.
Speakers' time has elapsed. Would anyone like to speak in the affirmative unless there are any points or motions?
Motion on question.
All right.
He was up first.
Is there a protected affirmative?
There's no such thing as a protected.
Oh, yeah.
Speakers' time by 1 minute.
Second.
All right. No, there's first a motion to call a question.
No, he was off before me.
Oh, okay. And what was it?
Extend by 1 minute.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor to increase the speaker's time by 1 minute. That has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it.
Motion to call the question.
Second.
Second, all right. There's a motion on the floor to call the question. It has been seconded. It has been seconded. President Black.
Just to be clear, you can vote for this, vote yay on this, and still vote nay on their proposal as a whole. So what you're voting on here is just something that says the president will automatically be on undergraduate education, which is what occurs in the status quo, and the removal of the automatic appointments on certain committees for the vice president. So if you don't pass the university statute, the vice president, their university statute, their new thing, the vice presidents will all still have automatic appointments on the board of trustees, but the committees that they are on will not be in the bylaw. So they can switch up the committees. Does that make sense to everyone?
Repeat that one more time.
Okay, yeah, so.
Well, stand up, stand up.
Just to be clear, if you vote this forward, that doesn't mean that you're necessarily voting forward everything that they put forward. All you're voting for is to say that the vice presidents do not sit on specific committees, but you are not yet removing the vice president's agency to sit on those committees because that still exists in the other bylaws.
This is an amendment, correct?
Yeah.
No,
You
this
guys
is.
spoken to.
There would need to be a first reading of this because we're not an amendment.
No, I'm not making an amendment. I'm saying we are voting on this, like there was a call to question. So I'm explaining what you're
No, but
voting
what are we voting on?
I don't think that's-
All right.
There are
Let me clap once.
So there are two bylaws. This bylaw just delineated what committees the vice presidents sit on. It did not give the vice presidents the agency to sit on the Board of Trustees. It just indicated which committee each vice president sat on. So in passing this, you are saying there is no explicit delineation on what committees the vice presidents sit on, but you are not yet removing the vice presidents from sitting on the Board of Trustees.
So VPs
Okay,
are still
can I just-
automatically.
Yeah, so wait, can I finish? Just let me finish. So you are not removing the VPs, so every single vice president other than the EVP will still automatically sit on the Board of Trustees if you pass this, but they will not sit on specific committees, so they will decide amongst themselves. If you pass this, but don't pass the other bylaw, okay? If you don't pass this bylaw, then I think the whole thing is pretty much dead. If you do pass this, and you don't pass the other bylaw, all the vice presidents other than the EVP will still sit on Board of Trustees committees, but the committees will not be specified, they get to choose. If you pass this and the other bylaw, only the president and the Facilities Environment VP will sit on the Board of Trustees, everything else will be at large. So you can pass this and still not pass the rest of it. You can pass this and the vice president. So if you, for example, are personally convicted that the executive board should get to choose which vice presidents sit on which committees, then you can pass this and not pass the other one.
Hey,
Does that make sense?
point of information?
Yeah.
Isn't this a vote on the entire?
Right, that's exactly what I wanted to clarify. So
Yeah,
this
so this is not,
Hold on, finish all, I got it. So there seems to be confusion as to whether or not we're voting for the entirety of the bylaw or an amendment. Dinner, you, Sullivan, and Hopkins all spoke
No, they did.
as the protected negative, as protected
So
negative.
this is
There's a
the-
motion to call the question, and now we'll be voting on the entirety of the executive bylaw amendment, in which case we need 2/3 of the Senate to vote in the affirmative to move this forward. Does everyone understand?
So are you?
So which thing are we voting through?
Yeah.
Right, but there's still more to do.
Yo, one at a time, guys. This, I can't hear
Just
anything.
ask me questions if you're confused.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we're passing two bylaws?
So basically this change just needs to occur in two bylaws for what Alana and Tara and other people who support it want to happen. So it's just like that's how bylaws work, is sometimes, like one bylaw, the university bylaw says the VPs will get automatic appointments to the Board of Trustees. And then this bylaw, the one we're voting on right now, says what those appointments are. So you need to amend both of them for their thing to pass. So right now, we're just arguing about one of those bylaws. So right now, you're only arguing about the thing that delineates which Board of Trustees positions each VP has. You are not yet removing those positions.
Okay, so my next question is then, so does it still work that one, you know how like they're delineated right now? Does that mean that one person still goes to each one, or can like two people go to one, or like three people go to
So
one?
every committee has, internal affairs, has one, right?
There's a reserved number of
Sorry,
DSG
institutional
spots.
advancement, I meant
So
to.
institutional management has two, Board of Business Finance has two, undergraduate education has three, student affairs has two, and facilities and the environment has two. So right now, we've specified which ones are at large, which ones we sit on. This would just remove that, so now like, if you wanted to fill all the spots in business and finance and make everything on institutional advancement at large instead, you could do that. That's up to the VP's discretion of where they feel the best fit. So I would say like, does everyone understand the difference? So you can pass this and still reject everything else in any less than here.
And then if you pass this, then equity and outreach, for example, would not automatically sit on business and finance. The executive board would decide where they would sit, and then all spots that the VPs don't take up would be at large.
Furthermore, I don't see any part of this executive bylaw highlighted, so can the proponents of the bill please tell me what the changes?
They just,
Yeah, so the exact bylaw, like I said, there are actually no added changes, it's only a deletion. So basically, scroll back up, Mark.
It comes from where it says the DSG vice presidents. There used to be another clause in there that said they will sit on these trustee committees, and that's just been sliced. Oh God. Cut it. Is everyone good? Everyone feeling good?
Okay, so I'm just confused by like why, so you two have two different bylaws that are competing against, like are
No,
different.
these two bylaws work in tandem. One says VP sit on board of trustees generally. The other says specifically what committees they sit on. So we did the specifically what committees they sit on first because it is more specific. So it makes sense to work on that one first. So passing this would mean VP still sit on board of trustees in the other bylaw. I don't know why this is written in two bylaws. I did not write the bylaws, right? It is though, so we have to do it twice. You'll still sit on the board of trustees, but this one won't tell you that you have to sit on business and finance. You can sit on whatever you want now.
So it might be helpful to run through what would happen in each of three scenarios.
Does anybody not understand what happens in all the scenarios? Just raise your hand and we can explain it one more time.
Well, why,
Wait, pass this, first of all, pass both Alana and Tara's world happens. Don't pass this, everything's dead, okay? Good, everyone understands? Pass this, but don't pass the other one, and VPs will still sit on Board of Trustees committees, but they can decide which ones they sit on, as opposed to it being decided for them.
and then pass both?
Pass both, their world happens.
You don't have to pass both.
Okay, this conversation is now out of order. There has been a motion on the floor to call the question. It has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Great. We will now vote on the entirety of the bylaw. All right, there's a motion for a roll call vote. Executive Secretary 1.
That's the first bylaw.
This is
Just
the
the first
executive.
bylaw. Just the very basic
Clarifying that
first bylaw.
Just the two.
If this fails, it all fails. If this fails, then nothing else will be.
So we're done.
Senator Wales? Aye.
Silence.
Senator Brown?
Aye.
Senator Gilbert?
Aye.
Senator Grant? Senator Gottlieb?
Sorry, is this Tara's or?
This
is the first one. This is like
Wednesday. Wednesday.
Abstain if you don't.
Wednesday.
If you want their thing to happen, vote aye. If you don't want their thing to happen, vote nay.
I'm usually like not
That's not.
You don't know.
That's like kind of.
Okay, but then you can also.
Wait, what is going on? You have a roll call vote. This can't be interrupted.
Okay, but you can also vote aye and their thing won't happen if you want
The
the
word
VPs.
thing means nothing to me, okay? So can we explain?
There's one amendment on the floor.
Yeah, an amendment.
The Tara and Alana,
Just like.
it's their legislation.
Nay, I'm voting.
No one should be talking. Okay, literally no one should be talking. I'm gonna say this one time. I don't even know if this is in line. If you do not think that people should specifically have to sit on a committee, and you think that it makes sense that VPs should be able to sit on any board committee, pass this bylaw. That is the only basis upon which you should make this decision. We're going to make that decision. After we make that decision, we can decide whether or not we should move more spots to at large. That is a separate conversation. Does anyone not understand? Okay.
Great. Continue with the roll call.
Okay.
Does everyone understand? Or do I keep writing?
No, go.
Great. Good, John?
Yeah.
All right, Secretary President.
Senator Gottlieb?
Carrie.
Nay.
Senator James? Nay. Senator Sullivan?
Nay.
Senator Katzen? Senator Speed? Aye. Senator Shaw?
Aye.
Senator Glasser?
Nay.
Senator LaToya? Nay. Senator Hardy?
Aye.
Senator Smith? Aye. Senator Padakia?
Aye.
Senator Carrington? Aye. Senator Dellinger?
Aye.
Senator Yango-Passey?
Aye.
Senator Lintz? Senator Bissell?
Nay.
Nay.
Senator Moore. Senator Good.
Aye.
Senator Palmisano.
Aye.
Senator Bullock.
Aye.
Senator Langley.
Aye.
Senator Farrell.
Aye.
Senator Hess. Senator Letty.
Aye.
Senator Bartlett.
Aye.
Senator Syke.
Abstain.
Senator Torres.
Aye.
Senator Bernini.
Aye.
Senator Skoufis. She left. Senator Thompson. Nay. Senator Caldwell.
Nay.
Senator Olsacek.
Aye.
Senator President Hopkins.
Aye.
Vice President Lukachi.
Aye.
Vice President Norwalk. Vice President Mansell. Aye. Vice President Wiseman.
Aye.
Vice President Lockhead.
Aye.
Vice President Melgard.
Aye.
Vice President Dinner.
Aye.
29-9. Two-thirds. Okay. So, the executive bylaw passes. At this time, I recommend a motion to confirm the judiciary since they all really have to go.
Yeah.
So moved.
Motion.
All right. All right, there's been seconded. There's a motion to confirm the judiciary. It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, the ayes have it. At this time, guys, I am the nominee for judiciary, and if I'm confirmed, I'm no longer EVP, which means you have to immediately swear.
No, you have to, point of information, you actually have to step down first, and we'd have to appoint Alana, and then you would be able to be a nominee. Just an FYI.
it wasn't a process.
Okay, point of information.
Unless I can choose one like I had before.
Could we make a motion to
Suspend the rules.
to address the reappointment of current justices,
Right.
and then they can leave or whatever.
As to
Someone
what I'm
has to
doing?
stay, and then we do the appointment of a new judiciary
Okay.
position.
Do you want to address it?
Yeah.
Oh, Senate Judiciary Committee. Go ahead.
Okay.
Wait, what is happening though?
You want to address it to the SJC, correct?
What? What? That's not.
Alright, so what is happening?
This literally can be so simple, we're making it so unnecessarily complicated.
Alright, so I believe that the Senate Judiciary Committee has decided they would like to reappoint 6 of these 7 justices to the judiciary. I believe they are here, and if any of the senators have any, without any objections, there's a recommendation of the Senate Judiciary Committee that you reconfirm these justices to the judiciary who are here before you. Are there any questions?
They'll be reappointed, then it's.
No, I understand. So there were 6 this year, right? So
Yeah.
we're reappointing the 6 current 6.
One is abroad and.
Yeah.
And also, I think it's fair if they come out on the floor and introduce themselves, so everyone knows who they are, and then, yeah.
Point of information, do we vote to confirm them individually?
Yes.
Why? No.
Yes.
That's never happened.
So did you read the cases that were passed on?
Yes,
That's
this
a big
is the check on the judiciary that the Senate has, and I don't see that's a problem.
We can sit down.
So, yeah, so. Guys.
Right, so my point of information is, obviously, there's been 2 cases this week. Hopefully you've read both of them. Hopefully you've decided how you feel about the rulings, because presumably Senate is the check on the judiciary, which obviously it is. That's why we confirm them. My question is, when we reconfirm nominees, is it okay to break them apart, we can ask potentially a couple questions and then take a vote on people who we are reappointing.
Right, so how it works is they'll introduce
Point of
themselves,
information,
that's
we don't
how
make decisions based on like whether or not we liked or disliked the decisions they made. That's not how the judicial system works, Ken. So like, I don't know why we're doing this, and that's the rationale for it. That's just frankly inappropriate.
Guys.
Okay, then I'll make
So for clarification, the House rules, when it comes to the confirmation nominees, they will introduce themselves, then we enter a period of 5 minute questions, and if any of you oppose the confirmation of any of the individual nominees, including myself, we enter debate.
No, not included.
And
It's the 6 returning justices.
This applies to all confirmation nominees.
So why are we confirming everyone? We're confirming them first.
But you're still allowed
Okay, great. Hello everyone, my name is Dana Raphael. I'm a third year. Go ahead and tell you a little bit about myself. I'm studying political science and women's studies. I'm a minor in Chinese, and I am the Chief Justice of Duke Student Government Judiciary. I've been on the judiciary since I was a first year here at Duke, and I've been chief now for 2 years.
Hi everyone, my name is Annalise Bridges. I'm a first year student from Gray, Georgia, and I'm interested in studying political science. As a first year student, clearly this is my first year in the judiciary.
I'm Brock Bilbo, and I'm a sophomore. I'm studying political science in ICS, and this would be my second year in the judiciary.
My name is Dina Sharopoulos. I'm majoring in public policy and political science. I'm a sophomore, and this is my first year.
And Deb Devaki is also a justice on the judiciary who is recommended to be reappointed. He's currently abroad. If anyone has questions about that, I'm happy to answer them, but I will say that he's been incredibly active, has Skyped into every single case, and in each case has written his own decision, and I think that there's no reason to not reappoint him. He is a second year student, and he's in France right now.
My name is Ross Winston. I'm the current Associate Chief Justice of the Judiciary. I'm a first year student. I'm not decided what I'm studying yet, and I have about 6 months to figure that out, but I've certainly enjoyed my first year on the Judiciary, and we appreciate your time.
All right, do you guys have any questions? Oh, that doesn't want that?
Yeah, so quickly in response to Craig's question, I think Jay's point is well taken about obviously we're not judging you based on what decisions you made. That's not the role. That's why people are appointed for life. But obviously we're still newly appointed. We do ask substantive questions about belief. So my question in that vein is, A, assuming we're going to sort of decide on them individually, is could like you raise your hand if you like missed a meeting or not shown up, or like speak about, you know, if anyone has concerns, like maybe air those now. Obviously it's awkward, but like this is the forum, so can someone like take their hands up?
Well, we're happy to address any direct questions that you ask. If you have a direct question,
Sure.
we're
So
happy
direct
to
question: has anyone missed a deliberation on the court ruling this year?
So yesterday's cases, I didn't speak to that classroom duration. That was the best time period that the rest of the justices could attend, but unfortunately I had a class.
Other than that, everyone has been present at every meeting and put their full effort into everything that every person on this judiciary does.
And for what it's worth, Deb has called in last night. He called in. It was 1:30 his time. The hearing started. He got off the phone and went to bed around 7 a.m. And he's done that for the past 3 cases. It's remotely from France.
Any further questions? Okay then.
John, just wanted to follow the procedure. So, can you explain the process by which we like confirm reappointment?
Is there a good process of confirming?
So we like write each justice's name, and then we have the opportunity for like debate on each one?
No, they come together on the floor as a category. The category is judiciary. They introduce themselves, and we have 15 minutes of question time, which I've already started. And after that, if there is any contention, disagreement, the appointment of any of these nominees, then we enter normal, regular debating procedure. In which case, someone would have to stand up and speak up against the nominees. Does everything make sense? All right. Are there any such objections? All right, then. Chief Justice Dan Raphael. Wait, who's spoken? Yeah. Sorry. All right, then. Would anyone like to speak up against any of these nominees? Seeing none. Seeing none, we move to a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right. I step down from the chair.
I volunteered to drink beer at the end.
I was going to be really sad. I didn't want to do that now, but okay. No, this is what I was told I should do. All right, whatever. Moving on. I didn't know Danny could say this. All right.
Okay, so raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. I do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. To faithfully execute. To faithfully execute. The office of Associate Justice. The office of Associate Justice. And will to the best of my ability. And will to the best of my ability. Preserve, protect, and defend. Preserve, protect, and defend. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. Congratulations. You just start.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. Let me make sure I'm
Yes, the Senate
That
chooses.
happens after I get sworn in,
After
as
you're
a justice, and then. Your category.
Yeah, this is why I didn't do it.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
Tina Raphael,
Swear that I will faithfully execute
swear that I will faithfully execute
the office of Associate Justice
the office of Associate Justice,
and that I will to the best of my ability
and that I will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the
the
United
Constitution of the United States.
States. Thank you.
Would any member of the judiciary like to put themselves forward for Chief Justice? Anyone else?
Question. Can I nominate somebody?
John,
Yes.
shouldn't we have, don't we need to have like a full judiciary before we?
Yeah. We already have. So now you step down.
There's
that is
nothing,
true.
I don't think that requires that, but if that's what you choose, that's.
Yeah, it would be kind of weird. It'd be kind of weird if we did that. Like.
Okay, let's not let the bureaucracy get in the way of good.
Yes.
Remember what policy?
Always.
I confirm my name for consideration for Chief Justice.
Guys, please pay attention.
Look at this. I've been Chief Justice now for a year and a half and would like to continue doing so for the following academic year. Approved by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Very well. Congratulations.
Excuse me. No. Does she have to be sworn as Chief Justice? Like,
Being more members of cabinet that has to be paid, that really good paid.
We have Michelle
Kushal, Sabria, and Rachel.
Dan, can you swear
Are they
three
still
more
here?
minutes?
Yeah. Great. You guys are down.
Everyone has to.
Also, again,
Can you guys just say your names and your positions and one goal?
Hi everyone, my name is Kushal, I'm a senator, I'm academic affairs this year. I'll be chief of staff next year, and my goal is really to try to reach out to student groups earlier and hear their interests at the beginning of the year, so we can work as DSG to connect students' needs with the resources of faculty.
Hi, I'm Rachel Students. I'll be presidential advisor for the 2016-2017 academic year. One goal of mine is to better inform students about what each committee is standing for and their past, current, and future intentions. Hi, I'm Sabria, Deputy Attorney General. My goal would be to increase transparency, accountability, and creating more diversity in the applicant pool for DSG for Tennessee for elections and also at large positions. Great.
Dan.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear to faithfully execute state the office and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and the duties of government. Congratulations.
All right, moving on to the next item on the agenda. University bylaw amendment. Will Vice President Gonzalez and Vice President Lockhead report?
Okay, so this is the same thing, so we won't use all the time up. We'll just
Order!
No, so
Sarah,
this is
please, don't start speaking until everyone's listening.
okay, guys. So this is we're not gonna take all the time because obviously y'all know what this is. So just to clarify, we are putting forth the original proposal to remove from 8 positions for vice presidents to 2 positions for the executive board, and to do that immediately. There was an amendment to do that not immediately, that failed. If someone wanted to bring that up again, they could. I would suggest against it because it fails, but we try it again. The other amendment that would probably be brought up and is unfriendly is the Norwalk amendment, i.e. the Keizra amendment, that is about instead of having all the positions from 8 to 2 to go from 8 to 5. That's unfriendly, and I can explain those reasons, but I'll do that when we debate our amendment. So, does everyone understand that? Great. Do we just want to move straight on into amendments? Yeah, just one. We'll take
So this bylaw is against what we just voted on. It would replace something we already voted on.
No. So this is not entrenchment. What this would do is that other one, they would run parallel to one another, right? So the other one just said that VPs, the other one only says that the president automatically sits on their committees. It says nothing about VPs. So if this stays, then the whole VPs, they automatically are appointed and sit wherever they want. If this is fixed, it runs parallel to what we just passed.
I thought the thing that we just passed was to have still, for the VPs to still have those appointed seats, but they can move around with them.
Okay, correct. So that is true, and the way that worked is because that one sat on top of this one. So that one basically, when we remove that safeguard about the VPs, it automatically goes down to this one that says the VPs automatically sit, right? So we just pulled that part out. So that part is still valid. Now I want to pull this part out. Did that help? I think that really helped.
So basically now, the VPs can sit wherever they want. Now we're considering the question of automatic appointments passed. So we can...
But they don't, if this passes,
Okay, go back and forth. Any further questions?
Is anyone else confused, or otherwise we don't have to
I can choose. Wait, I can keep calling you questions if there may be other people who are confused.
I think so, just because I don't understand how those run parallel if one is saying that there's 7 appointed seats and the one is not.
So the Constitution didn't say there was 7. The Constitution never said that.
Which Wait, the one that we just voted on didn't say.
Saying you could pick which, that'll be appointed.
No, it said nothing. So it just said, it didn't say anything about the VPs, literally at all, about Board of Trustees positions. In the past, it said, they said on these specific seats. Now that it was revealed, they still have a specific seat because that's in realism.
Curtis, out of order, like, Keisha to answer her question.
Okay, are you still confused?
No, I just like feel like there was just a different thing that was said.
Can we just talk about this outside?
So let's just maybe go straight, since I think we've kind of said everything that we need to say. We'll go straight to the amendments. I feel really strongly that the Norwalk amendment is unfriendly, and then I can explain that when that comes up in a negative speech. That way, the back and forth makes sense. Is that Gucci?
Yeah. So now, when we're debating this amendment, if you vote for the Keizra, it would supplant what we're doing, i.e., it would be exec board discretion, and this whole everything goes to at large or minus its 2 seats goes away. Does that make sense? So it is possible for you to vote for this amendment and then also to beat the whole.
Any further questions?
So we suggested.
Elizabeth Brown, do you have a question? Why are we calling people out with full names today? Senator Brown.
I'll wait.
All right. It's because I almost forgot your name.
So, amendment?
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
What does he know?
Let's do that. So I already verbally stated what the amendment is. Let me just go through the reasons for the amendment. So I think one of the biggest issues that at least I heard being brought up by VP Dinner and various people who believe that the VP should sit on these things is that we need to have institutional memory and we need to have relationships with people who sort of make large decisions about the university. I think my biggest issue with removing all automatic seats except for 2 of them means that there will be Board of Trustees committees in which it is possible that no DSG people sit on them. I think that DSG decisions can be impacted by what happens in Board of Trustees meetings without DSG VPs disclosing what happens. So I think that a lot of the big decisions that DSG makes, whether or not they're made by the Senate, are at the very least discussed by the executive board. And if an executive board member sits on each committee, they can bring the knowledge that they brought, whether explicitly from the Board of Trustees, which obviously isn't allowed, or implicitly, to help to make decisions by the executive board. So I think that we solve for the issues of people worrying that our names and faces won't be heard, that we won't have that administrative connection. And then I think that we will also allow for the DSG decisions to be informed by the Board of Trustees and for the Board of Trustees to be informed by DSG's thoughts in this amendment, while also opening up a spot, at minimum 1 spot at least on every committee for the at-large process. Yeah, so in the amendment, it says that 2 current or recent Board of Trustees student members and a senator of the president's choosing will be a committee that does an interview or interview and application process from all the DSG executive members to choose who will be the 4 people in addition to the president that will sit on those committees. And that process must occur before the at-large process, so the executive board members who are not chosen can apply through the at-large process.
And is this the outgoing president?
The income.
Maybe I'm just the dumbest person and I just don't understand. I just don't understand how this and the previous are sure. You need to talk about this because it's I think that I think that's confusing.
All right, any further questions? Well, actually, just before the amendment, in which case, would anyone like to speak to the affirmative?
I already can.
Yep. Any further questions, Senator Curtis?
So, this is essentially reducing from 7 to 5 the number of floating,
from 8
to 5 the number of floating seats there would be. Why do you think that we should just say, sorry, it's 3 members today?
Because I think that there needs to be a DSG presence on each Board of Trustees committee, just in case there are issues relevant to the students, because I do think that the executive board is constantly updating on institutional knowledge and is aware of what DSG is doing. My biggest issue with the status quo is that I believe that there's redundancy. Now, other people will disagree with me, but for example, the committee that I sit on currently has 2 other DSG executive board members on it, and I don't think that that's necessary. I think it's completely appropriate if the DSG president sits on undergraduate education for the two additional student spots to be open for an at-large process.
I'd like to add that already the entire executive board does not sit on the board of trustees. We have 3 people that don't, which would be the executive vice president, chief of staff, SOC chair,
And pro tem.
Pro tem.
So you mentioned that, like, you think a few times this year, implicitly, a VP was able to sort of like make a decision based on thinking about the board of trustees and that color of the executive board opinion. Since these exec meetings are open, public, and people are comfortable doing so, can you articulate a couple of the times where you thought that was your voice?
Yeah, so an example would be in a Board of Trustees meeting, we were talking, I think that this is public, I'm not sure. But we were allowed to work on this, so I assume that this part is public. So we were thinking about the new onboarding process for first years, the new orientation process, and a suggestion was made by one of the students who was sitting on our committee to think about how we could further Title IX education during that time. And then that suggestion, they said, DSG, why don't we work on that, and we will further support that if you bring us more information. So they, we suggested that because we understand sort of how the process works because we are on DSG, and then it was a communication between the Board of Trustees and DSG on how we could work on that going forward.
Any further questions, Senator Curtis?
So, going back to the point of, you got 5 positions and say undergraduate education, you say, oh, this is relevant to social culture. I don't see necessarily why, considering that there are already a number of at-large positions, we should essentially strip Brian of his ability to interpret what they're saying in his own way, rather than filter the review.
Right. No, I think that would be the reason to vote against this, is just to apply that, like, DSG executive board members deserve the autonomy that they have to think, and that I, for example, should not represent George and Brian in my opinions. And that would just be the argument against it. I argue that, like, it's more important to have more student opinions that are not already in communication in those spaces, but I think it's completely valid to say, Brian and George and Keizra all sit on this and have divergent enough opinions for each of their voices to be valid. I just think there's differences.
All right, question time will elapse unless there's a motion to increase question time. Okay then, in that case, would anyone like to speak in the negative of the amendment? Vice President Gonzalez.
So while I think that this is a cool concept as a concept, I think it kind of goes against a lot of the reasons why I wanted to propose this to begin with. Mainly, the idea was that I think that for 3 committees, so that would be business and finance, institutional advancement, and academic affairs, which I've sat on, we don't need a DSG representative. So I think the example that Keizra brought up about the orientation week, I think that was a valid one. And I believe that that's valid, which is why the president is on the committee so that they can put forward those recommendations anyway. So I think that our system kind of like solves for what Keizra is trying to fix on the committees where that needs to be solved for, allowing other big committees where that solvency doesn't need to occur because that solvency cannot occur because those committees work on projects and policy that's not under DSG's purview or directly influences DSG's purview. I think those are the committees that we think should automatically have a DSG rep. So basically she's saying, I say 2 committees should have automatic DSG reps. She says all 5 committees should have automatic DSG reps. It's a difference in our perception about if those committees' policies are relevant to DSG or not. I know that that's kind of a hard decision for you guys to vote on because you guys haven't sat on this committee, so you don't know. Then I would suggest that you go with the suggestions that are being made by everyone that sits on this committee. So VP Lockett, who's on institutional advancement, VP Wiseman, that's on business and finance, and I keep forgetting the last one. And me, that's on academic affairs, right? So like, because we're telling you that those policies do not influence our purview, I think that like, that's something that I think you should go along with. VP Wiseman maybe has any comments on, like an addendum to that, right? But so that's why I think that that's not necessary.
I also sat on business and finance and I absolutely disagree.
Okay, so there, and then noted that other vice presidents have disagreed about in the past. So ultimately, I think that like, especially when these things are confidential, you can't explicitly, directly, or immediately act on a lot of these policies and they're not actionable anyway. I still don't necessarily think that DSG reps need to sit there. I again also don't think that those DSG reps necessarily can even act on those items based on their skill set. Like I don't think that having a VP there means that they're going to speak up persuasively always, or speak up convincingly, or even bring that information back. I think that's putting a lot of stake in VPs, of which I was one, and which I don't know if I was able to do that job that well because I was automatically appointed, so I don't know if I was competitive. And I think VP Lockett feels the same, hopefully. So that would sort of be my response.
All right, question person kind of being now, 5 minutes. Senator Zach.
So my question is, you guys are saying, so before you had said that VPs had said, no, we need these positions, no, we need these positions, and then this year, there's, people are saying, no, we don't need them. How do we know that this was just because of the agenda items on the 4 meetings that you went to this year, and it wasn't just thing 4-3, the fourth one's coming up, and it wasn't, so like this year wasn't representative. How do we know that that's not the case?
Yeah, so I think that it's like, based on sort of, I think that it's just about internal discussion with people that have graduated, right? Once people have graduated and no longer have a stake in the game, they're more likely to admit like, okay, yeah, maybe I didn't need to sit there, but it's a really great resume line, right? So I think that like the VPs have always had an incentive to want to be on the board because you want to be on the board because it's a cool thing. And so I think like that sort of transcended the agenda items. I think like when you're on the board, like you obviously often talk about things that you've talked about in the past. And a lot of them are like continuations of things that have happened from previous years. And so I think it's like pretty fair to say that the VPs, when they make this pretty bold statement about whether they think they need to sit there or not, is based on not just 1 year, but many years of information. So I think like that's sort of 2 responses.
Has that
No follow-ups.
So I
Vice President Dinner.
Good, Kathy. So I mean, how many VPs, past VPs, did you talk to about this before?
Not many, but I also think that like the point still stands, right, that like a lot of VPs, for a lot of them, like they didn't even consider this a possible policy option because it wasn't brought to them like with legitimacy. And then also again, like there was an incentive to say that you deserve to be there because you don't want to seem like you were power hungry, even if you're here. So I actually don't even think that like, speaking to 100 people, I don't necessarily think that would have like fixed or adjusted for what you wanted to.
President Keizra.
So one of the sort of verifications that I just wanted to make was that like, I don't think that when I was the Vice President of Equity and Outreach, I think that like a DSG person needed to be on that committee, like an executive board person, because we were asked, you know, to question various financial decisions from a student perspective, and I do think that the DSG executive board has the greatest handle on the student perspective because they had to campaign to them and are constantly talking about student issues via the Senate. What I will distinguish and why I made the amendment is that I think that the Vice President of Equity and Outreach doesn't necessarily need to sit on the Business and Finance Committee, but I do think an executive board member needs to sit on the Business and Finance Committee. And so I just want to clarify, like, that's why I made the amendment.
And I think that that's really valid. The one thing that I was thinking about related to that is like what this does do is it allows for anyone in DSG to apply for this position, right? So you don't have to be the VP. You can just be like a senator on your committee that's super involved with a certain issue. No, but so what I'm saying is that in my version, like more types of people on DSG. So like I have policy advisors working on Title IX projects, and so like those people can also apply. So I still think that like what mine does is it allows for a greater range of DSG people to even apply. I'm not saying that DSG people shouldn't be there. I'm just saying that VPs automatically shouldn't be there, right? Because again, the skills required to win a VP-ship are not the same skills required to be good on the board. So I think that if you're the person with like the most knowledge, right? If you're the person who like lives and breathes academic affairs, you know how students feel, like you have a complex understanding and an analytical perspective, and that's why you won, you will still get appointed, right? I believe that a lot of these people could still get appointed if they won sort of like this spot after applying and competitive application process against other people. I just think it shouldn't be automatic. So there's a good chance that like a lot of the VPs will still get to sit on the board if they prove that they're the best. I just think that we should make VPs prove that they are the best because there's no detracting on it right now.
Any additional questions? Senator Curtis.
So I think I'm going to provide a little bit of a preface for this question first. It's basically about the function of serving on like academic affairs. We sort of tap into the question that VP like this will raise. If, say, work on the LLC had encountered some problem with institutional vision for, say, moving to a residential college system and building new buildings for that, and moving around campuses and dealing with res life, and that was discussed on academic affairs committee because they think that kind of like engagement and revamp of the system is important, and that maybe LLC would detract from the pressure for that. Why do you think that that's not a useful piece of information for you to have just heard, even if you can't mention it to your committee, for you to have heard?
Yeah, so this is the second time tonight that you've tried to tell me what my Board of Trustees committee is talking about or talks about, and I'm telling you that that sort of issue would never be talked about at my Board of Trustees committee, and I know that because it's out there, right? That sort of issue would only ever come up in an individual meeting with like certain administrators, which are one-on-one meetings that I have with them. So that's why I'm telling you, if that were true, I would never propose this, because that's a really valid point. But the point is, like, that's not true. It's not an agenda issue that would ever come up on Board of Trustees on academic affairs, which I'm sorry you don't know.
The speaker's time has elapsed. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion on the floor to call the question. It has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay then. We now move to vote on the entirety of the university committee bylaw.
Motion for roll call vote.
Wait, this is on the amendment. In which case, whoever called for roll call, do you want to rescind that?
Yes, rescind, sorry.
Okay, we're now voting on the amendment. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2. Does everyone understand what we're voting on? The amendment. Proposed by President Mecklai. All those in favor, raise your hand. 18. All those opposed, raise your hand. The amendment passes 18 to 15.
Point of information.
All abstentions, raise your hand. 2 abstentions. 18 affirmative, 15 negative, 2 abstentions. The amendment passes. We're now
Wait, that's not four.
Add 1 abstention.
You don't have like
34. We're now in line for Senate. We're now in line for protecting negative speech against the entirety of the university committee bylaw. Would anyone like to speak up against it?
And that's including the case for So now it is.
This is the case.
Nobody else is going to give the negative. Are you giving negative? I don't want it. I'm supposed to give negative. Please give negative.
Oh, we're not voting on all of them.
This is exactly what I was voting for. I mean, like, I voted for the last amendment because I think that there should be more flexibility. It should be held by executive members. My biggest point, which was not a friendly amendment, is that, like, I think the undergraduate education committee looks at social ethical developments, which is very important to social culture work. And I don't think that I would have been able to do my work this year without sitting on that board. Essentially, I think that it's the exact same thing as we talked about before. It's against our mission statement. Yeah, Brian.
So just to clarify, if you support the argument that you and I made previously,
yes,
it would be to vote against this piece of legislation.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
With the amendment.
Even with the amendment,
Already passed.
the amendment passed.
Amendment to the amendment.
This is not, this is still against what DSG is for. This is not making DSG the voice of the student body, which is what we're supposed to be, and it's not a two-way street. It's not that we are going to be able to attain as much knowledge from the Board of Trustees, which is what Keizra is saying, as we could if we were to vote against this.
Okay.
Any further questions? Senator Curtis.
Do you think it's useful to have both the vice president of social culture and the president of the undergraduate education committee?
Yes.
Any additional questions?
Motion to call the question.
Second. There's been a motion to call the question. Has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. There's been. First, you explain your amendment.
Oh, no, the amendment.
Yeah. Reiterate.
Wait, yes, now, so if you want VPs to automatically sit, all 7 of them that vote against this, if you want, you pass the amendment, so if you want the five people on the executive board to automatically sit, the president being one of them, so 4 of any of the additional 11 executive board members, then vote yes. So if you want all 7 to automatically sit, vote no. If you want the amendment to the 5, one of them automatically being president, vote yes.
And ours is dead, so don't worry about
Was everyone roll call vote? Wait, Senator Gonzalez. Anyone else?
The only difference is not very long.
Yes.
7 or
5 plus 1. All right. We now move to vote on the entirety of the University Committee bylaw. I request silence. All those in favor, raise your hand. University Committee bylaw.
So this is I.
Yeah.
We'll start the meeting.
Motion for roll call.
I thought I heard it was rescinded.
No, I remotion.
Okay.
Wait,
Guys, we're almost at the end of this meeting.
point of inquiry. Wait, just a quick point of inquiry.
Yes.
This leaves three of the seats open. It was 8 seats. This leaves
We
3
have 11
open.
seats. This leaves 6 open, 5 for DSG. The status quo is 3 open, 8 for DSG.
Okay, which 3 for DSG are being opened?
The 3 for DSG that are being opened, additionally to the ones that exist.
Doesn't matter because we passed the first thing.
I know, but I mean
But
that
just so
may
you
influence this
know,
vote.
it'll
Social
be
culture.
1 on institutional advancement,
Oh.
1 on business and finance, 1 on academic affairs, 1 on facilities and environment, and 2 on undergraduate education.
Okay.
Open to the student body, then 1 on each of those for DSG exam. Done? Great. Point of clarification from Kushal.
It's still reserved for Norwalk seat on the facility.
No, Norwalk is no longer.
Norwalk is
Norwalk
sliced.
slices themselves.
Wow, that's huge.
We'll call those now.
All right. Meeting now.
Roll call vote.
Senator Wales. Senator Wales.
Aye.
Senator Brown,
Aye.
Senator Gilbert,
Nay.
Senator Grant, Senator Gottlieb,
Nay.
Senator Jane, nay. Senator Sullivan,
Nay.
Senator Speed. Aye. Senator Shaw. Aye. Senator Glasser.
Nay.
Senator Letourneau.
Nay.
Senator Hardy.
Aye.
Senator Smith. Aye. Senator Padakia.
Aye.
Senator Carrington. Aye. Senator Dellinger.
Aye.
Senator Django Passy.
Aye.
Senator Bissell.
Nay.
Senator Clemencher.
Aye.
Senator Curtis.
Nay.
Senator Good.
Nay.
Senator Palmisano.
Nay.
Senator Bullock.
Aye.
Senator Ginguly. Nay. Senator Farrell.
Aye.
Senator Letty.
Aye.
Senator Bartlett. Senator Syke.
Nay.
Senator Torres.
Nay.
Senator
I think Norwalk needs
Aye.
this position.
Senator Skopas.
But you would keep it?
Senator Thompson. Nay.
Maybe.
Senator Caldwell.
Nay.
Senator Golchek.
Aye.
Wait,
Pro Tem Hopkins.
can I ask a point of inquiry? It's about the vote.
What is it though?
The question was, just to clarify, just to make absolutely sure, because, now, does Norwalk lose his seat?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I lose my seat, mandatory.
Vice
Okay.
President Lukash.
Aye.
Vice President Norwalk.
Stay.
Vice President Granville.
Aye.
Vice President Wiseman.
Abstain.
Vice President Lockhead. Vice President Bellegarde.
Nay.
Vice President Dinner.
Hell nay.
1917.
The amendment failed.
Everything is the same.
Guys, hold on. Guys, please, I'm speaking out of order now. Wait. Senator Bernetti and Torges, it's 11:30 p.m. I know you want to present this. I feel like this may move our meeting up until 2 or 1 a.m. Tomorrow's LDOC. If you would like to rescind this, or if you want, you can present it, but I'm kindly asking you.
It's not going to pass.
You know what? Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, for the sake of expediency and for the Hopkins Rager, yeah, I don't want any more drama, so let's just,
Wait, now that I did that, all I want is a picture of the entire Senate to replace the cover photo on Facebook.
Wait, I still have.
Yes, we need to pull up.
Wait, there's something still on the agenda.
Hey, point of information, there's still a draft on the agenda. You can hear me talk once. You can hear me talk twice. We're doing that rule on new business. Let me just. All right. A budgetary statute of DSG from the Perkins Library Wellness Room.
We've already passed that.
A budgetary statute of DSG to partially fund Zach's.
Yes, that's on the slide.
Okay. Guys, we can just in 5 minutes if you all just listen. Okay. So, what I'm asking for, or not even what I'm asking for, I'm going to be upfront with you guys. Can we just keep it quiet, please? So, I do not love the Zaxter program, right? I think it's inefficient. I don't think it's the best use of our money. That said, PTS loves the program and they're going to be throwing $20,000 at it for the next year. Order now. It's going to come up. The question's going to be asked. Well, some of the bikes were missing and we ended up paying for those that weren't there. That's been solved. So for 4 months, we were only paying for, well, there were only 22 out of 50 bikes there, which means that we were paying $100 a month for 28 bikes that had gone missing because of shortcomings in Zaxter's technology. So what they did was they did 28 times 100 times 4, everyone following, which comes out to a little over $11,000. So they're going to give us an $11,000 credit for next year. So pretty much our cost is going down for $11,000 in reparations for money that we paid for services that we didn't receive. Okay, so in order to keep this program existing, PTS is requesting that Duke student government pay $5,000. So let me give you a couple statistics. There are 4 stations. There have been over 1,000 people who are registered at Duke. That doesn't mean they all ride, but that's just registrations because there's a pretty robust advertisement campaign beginning of last year. 4 stations, 1 on West Campus, 2 on West Campus, 1 on Central Campus, 1 on East Campus. Now the breakdown of rides that depart from each station is like this. 57% of rides originate on East Campus, 7% originate on Central Campus, and the remaining whatever percent, I don't want to do math right now, is divided between the 2 West Campus stations, like fairly evenly. So, you might be saying, why are we funding this on Central Campus if it's only 7% of leadership? My hypothesis is, and feel free to ask me about this, because it's not foolproof. My hypothesis is that the reason that freshmen use the Zaxter program at such a disproportionately higher rate than Central Campus residents or West Campus residents isn't because this freshman class happens to be more like biker friendly or like really likes biking. It's because they came to Duke when Zaxter was already an institution, whereas upperclassmen who live on Central or West have existed at Duke without Zaxter as a program, and therefore it hasn't been entrenched as part of the culture, whereas your freshman has. That's what I think accounts for the difference. And I told that to PTS, and I told that to Zaxter, and that's something that they agreed with. Again, it's a hypothesis, it's not supported by any factual information, but I think it's reasonable to conclude that that's the case, rather than that like freshmen just love biking like at a rate of like 8 times more than freshmen. Particularly because both East Campus residents and Central Campus residents have to get to West, right? So it's not like, and if anything, the distance to the East would be prohibitive, and that would be like a mitigating factor, but it turns out not to be. So that's what I think. There has been talk of moving the stations. I think that we should wait a year for that. That's ultimately going to be left to PTS, specifically to like the medical center, because like, I guess medical students like biking or something like that. But that's not something that we're going to be discussing tonight, right? That's going to be a policy decision made by TTAC and by PTS and by Zaxter collaboratively. Right now, they're just asking for money to continue the service. That amount would be $5,000. Now, there is a possibility that the number of bikes
is reduced, right? So with the $11,000 credit, the $20,000 from BTS, the $5,000 from us, that comes out to like $37,000, $38,000. The program costs $60,000 a year. That number comes from 50 bikes, times $100 a month, times 12 months, is $60,000. So you might ask, well, are we going to get the same number of bikes if we only pay 38 or whatever, 40,000 roughly? The answer is probably not. So what Keizra and I, Keizra who's been in all these meetings with me, Zach came down a couple weeks ago, we sat in a meeting with them for a couple hours to discuss everything out, is we think it'd be okay if we reduced the number of bikes to like 30 or 35, because we just don't think that ever are 50 bikes being used simultaneously. So decreasing the number won't actually impact usage like in the slightest, because there's always an excess of bikes at literally every single one of the stations. And now that the technology shortcomings that made it so people could just like leave bikes without being penalized have been filled more or less, we think it's even less of a problem. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions?
So, one point and then a question.
Yes.
The most important statistic that you left out was that 2 people use eyes per day. But then my question has to do with the hypothesis. So I disagree with your hypothesis, because I think that the reason people use bikes on east is because they have to get to west from us. And people on west don't use bikes because you don't have to go anywhere because you're on west.
Yeah.
And then people on central don't use bikes because walking to the bike rack literally takes longer than taking the bus.
Yeah.
Because there are 5 bus stops in Central and the 1 bike rack, and I'm not going to walk from my sorority section all the way to the bike rack to take the bus. So that is why I think people don't use bikes, and why I think that a robust marketing campaign will not get people to use the bikes.
Yeah.
I think people will just never use bikes. So I
Yeah, so I disagree, right? So like, let me like,
We're close, guys.
I don't disagree with you, right? Like, I don't love Zach as a service. PTS does love it as a service, and they're the ones who like frankly know a lot more about it than we do. Also, it's in their interest to have like as many transportation options as possible. I think, given that PTS is going to be putting $20,000, given that we're getting $11,000 credit, for DSG to put $5,000 into a program that maybe 5 years from now will be so thankful that we did, is worth it, right? And I also, and your competing hypothesis is perfectly applicable.
Motion to increase the speaker's time by 3 minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Yeah, so your hypothesis seems totally valid. I don't think that accounts for literally an 8-fold difference, particularly because I think the distance to bike from east to west is more prohibitive than the distance to bike from central to west. So I think like the walking thing doesn't really, like I don't think that mitigates it. And again, I think that the fact that freshmen came here, which actually existed, is ultimately the more compelling factor than like them being just like 8 times more than and again, even if we do fund this, the placement of the station is a good point. It might be changed. In fact, it probably will be changed if like they feel like that's the case, which it seems. Any additional questions?
Motion to all the questions?
No, there's some technical. Any other questions, guys? I'm not going to force you guys to ask questions, but like.
So forgive me if you already said this, but how much money have you already like contributed to the Zaxter program as far as like the physical apparatus and stuff that we would be losing like if we were actually?
What do you mean?
So like how much like
It'd be a sunk cost of
$60,000?
Yeah. Any further questions? Senator Curtis, just have your hand up.
Yeah. So I'm assuming this is coming out of surplus.
Yeah.
Do we have any accounting of how much is left in surplus?
Yeah, so before lunchroom, there was 55, I think, so then minus 17 is 38, so there'd be like a little over 30. That doesn't watch back. Jackson. Oh, I'm sorry, so plus 20, yeah. So like around a little over 50.
Did you talk about funding after next year? DSG is going to continue to have to allocate $5,000 like from our annual budget to like a separate DSG account that's like the campus like fund or like this extra fund?
No, not really. So the hope is, so if this continues to be I wouldn't call it a flop, but if this flops next year, which I really don't think it will, because having 2 grades, like having half the Duke students having arrived at Duke at this big thing, I think will make it so like this is more successful next year. In conjunction with the robust advertising campaign, which we'll be holding over the summer and into the fall. I forgot your question. Whether or not it's gonna be like annualized. So like, appreciative of the fact that we're out there surplus every year. $5,000 isn't like a debilitating amount of money to contribute to surplus. But my sense is that if it is more successful next year, then we'll be able to get money from like traffic stops again and student fair taxes again. And so ideally, we won't have to. I'm not gonna stand here and promise you a surplus won't have to.
Senator Torres? Yeah, I kind of have, how are we going to solve people like just stealing Zach's device?
Yeah, so
I've seen a ton of people like riding around.
They've overhauled their technology, so you can't do it without being penalized anymore. Like they literally brought in a bike to our meeting and showed us like all the new stuff that they have, like new locking technology, like cool Bluetooth locking stuff, like.
How much does it cost to set like Zach's?
How much does it cost what?
So like use Zach's like.
So it's $100 per bike per month.
No, like for a student.
$20.
$20 period.
$20 period, and then you're allowed to use it for 3 hours at a time. Anything over 3 hours, you charge per hour. But if you return it within 3 hours, you don't have to charge. And like the average bike trip is 75 minutes, so like that's usually the
Motion to call to
No, we're now live for technical negative. And I just want to please don't interpret my lukewarmness for this as my hoping that you don't pass the statute. I think it's very important that we do pass the statute, but I also recognize that there has been like a lot of like disconcertedness over Zach's trip the past year. Nonetheless, I still think it's important that we give it another shot for only $5,000, like literally another year.
Thank you.
You're now allowed to take a speech.
Yeah, so I'm going to take a very peripheral route persuasion. I hate Zaxter. I use Zaxter. I hate it. It's the worst thing ever. You have to like spend $40 up front to use a service that absolutely stinks. You go there's no bikes. I know there's bikes now, but that's because everyone who used to use the bikes learned to not trust them. There seems to be a big raft of bikes, but half of them don't work. The code doesn't work. You press like, oh, I'm done with the bike, and then you wake up to like, oh, you used it for 12 hours and you got charged too much. It stinks. Students don't like it. Students don't use it. We should throw another $5,000 at it. If Parking Transportation thinks the students like it so much, they should just fund it themselves. Any questions?
Yeah, I mean, so
He doesn't have much fun. He's smoking it.
So wait, maybe you weren't listening to when I was talking, but like they've completely overhauled their technology, so that's not going to happen in the future.
That sounds like it makes it worse for the user.
Also, no, it's much more user friendly now.
Is there a question here?
Yes.
Like codes don't even exist anymore.
So yeah, literally there aren't even any codes anymore. Secondly, your point that you go in the racks and the bikes aren't there. There's other two reasons for that, right? The first reason is because they were gone missing because of the old technology was bad, right? Which has been fixed. The second reason is because all the bikes are being used, in which case we should resume the program, right? So in either case, in either of those cases, in which like you approach the bike rack and they're not there, it should be like good, right? It should be perceived as positive and the reason for us.
When I say that they're not there, that's changed. I mean, I look now, there's always bikes there. But if you go and like you try, and I only know the codes I used to use it, is that like you try a bike and it's there, but it doesn't work because there's a maintenance request on it, even though it looks to work perfectly fine. So I'm saying that like, it's not good.
Turns out we did look at this. We looked at.
Yeah,
we looked at all the roll call votes except for these ones today.
Would anyone like to speak?
These are now.
Yeah, we should use this, especially like with the summer when the buses don't run. It's like a really easy way to get around. I didn't have a car, it's just like the only way I was managing to like function and get around like campus. So there's utility to this program. They have fixed I think some of the technology stage that have caused some problems. So it's worthwhile to small investment, but I think it's a good one. And one that hopefully can make it easier to turn our cars.
These are just sort of.
Thank you, Senator Phillips. You're now on for 5 minutes of questions. Does anyone have any questions? No questions.
So everyone within one block can also have a grade level.
Should I have a final speech? I should have given the speech in the negative.
So everyone within one club group is
Would
So
anyone like to
people
speak in
within
the
one
negative?
club group, so once you
Seeing
select
none, move to the vote.
then you essentially run an algorithm saying.
All those in favor of the budgetary statute, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
We're connected together, but we don't know what the colors are connected to similar people.
Okay, so my Norcott, John Caldwell.
Alright, that's majority.
I definitely would not have expected that.
So some of it is color.
How many votes is your Catholic?
So everyone in here.
So I built it
If there's
before
people,
I
they're voting
Yeah.
on three of the same.
No, you just did three.
So at
Sorry,
least
this
three of the
was
same.
honestly got made in like such a hustle. I got this text today in the
That
meeting.
is so cool. Can I do that again?
Yeah, so basically what happened was the Catholic Center asked for funding for this. SFC denied them, they did a FOAC appeal. The reasoning for the denial wasn't the actual program itself, it was the fact that it was too close to a different programming that they did. SFC on a regular basis funds this type of thing. The Catholic Center was still kind of on the hook for all the funding, and they used a group called the Thomas Jefferson Center, I'm not sure on that, to support them, and they paid for it, they put it in the bill, but now the Catholic Center has this debt to them, and they're really short on funding, including our cuts to their budget. So in March, Mills Rooney came in here and said, we really need funding from the surplus fund for this. It was apparently a longer meeting than normal, and no one wanted to be here anymore, which is kind of a shame that that's the way this worked. But they they tabled it to next week, and then it was never brought back up again. At least that's the narrative I heard. I wasn't here for that. As a result, they are still on poor footing with the center. They need to pay this credit. And so I'm asking for $3,500 from the surplus funds to pay off the Catholic Center's debt for a speaker fee. I don't know the actual details of what happened at this event. I do know the Catholic Center averages 70 attendees at each one of these events, and they post them all to YouTube, and some of those YouTube posts have over 1,000 views. So definitely a highly relevant thing on our campus. Yeah.
We're now on requirements of questions, beginning with Senator Dillon.
So I recall from this meeting, we did have a discussion session after the public forum, and we decided not to fund it then. Like, we were going to a budgetary statute at the end, for the sponsor. But then after our discussion, who was going to be the sponsor? Anyone remember?
I think it was Bruno.
I was actually going to speak in favor of it, and then I had to leave early.
Yeah, I remember, I thought I was thinking of writing something up, and I thought it seemed like it was going to pass, so I was just going to write something up to have people vote on it, but I don't know if I'm remembering it correctly, but I remember it seeming uncontentious and being like, oh, I remember it.
I thought we talked about it.
It'd be really strange for us not to vote. No, I think it just kind of like got lost in the shuffle of like all the things that happened in DSG, which is reasonable.
Yeah.
John? Yep. Hold on. Vice President Keizra.
Yeah, John, would you just yield the floor for me for like a minute?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a couple more reasons why we should fund this. So I think that the reason to fund this isn't on the merits of this particular event, even though I'm sure it was a great event. I didn't go to it, but the reasoning for why this event wasn't funded is because of arbitrary guidelines that aren't actually codified in SOFC, right? So the reason this wasn't funded is because it was perceived as too similar to another event. Nothing like that guideline exists in SOFC, so it doesn't make sense for us to fund it. I think it presents a slippery slope of SOFC, kind of like abusing power based on arbitrary rulings, like an arbitrary interpretation of what events actually are. So we kind of came into the Senate session at the beginning of the year saying our actions should reflect our bylaws, not the other way around. I think this would be a very dangerous precedent to set in that particular case. I had another reason to support it. I may have written it down, but yeah, I don't remember anymore. Hell of a way to end my Senate career. Not remembering what to say.
Don't say that. Senator Curtis.
Right.
So, do you know why the decision was made? Because I actually do remember a lot of this, to only bring this up now rather than.
I'm assuming because of poor communication and the fact that Willis Rooney, who runs this program, is a very busy guy. He was here before, and it probably just, as a second semester senior, probably just slipped his mind. And I'm honestly kind of surprised he brought it up now.
Okay, so my second reason is
contingent on not accepting the first one, right? So even if we accept the fact that this would be like a repeat event for the organization, even if that were codified in SOFC guidelines that there shouldn't be like repeat events for a particular organization, the thing is, and this is what Will's articulated when he was here like a couple months ago, the Catholic Center is so large that each of their events attracts like a different contingent of students within the Catholic Center. So it's not like the same 100 or 150 kids going to this event and the other event that happens to like temporally coincide, right? It's a whole set of other students, almost to the point of this being like from another organization, right? So like you shouldn't just use the name brand of the organization as justification for not funding it. You should actually look at those who participate in going to this event because those people are for the most part different. Does that make sense? All right. We are now in line to protect the negative speech against the vegetarian statute. Would anyone like to speak up against it? Senator Curtis.
Yeah, so I actually remember a lot of context on this. I had a conversation with Will Rooney during tenting. All this on this topic. Basically, to give a quick overview, and like my negative speech here isn't like a absolutely everyone has to vote against this. It's kind of like to bring up a few points. In favor of voting for this actually, which I almost thought was super duper convincing, is that the reason that Senate voted, the Senate originally decided not to do anything on this was because it was like or that I think SOFC decided not to do anything on this, but it was within like a week and a half of another Catholic Center event, which after looking into and talking to Will Rooney was actually false. It was not within a week and a half of another Catholic Center event. That shouldn't have been reasoning, regardless of whether or not you think that there's some guideline. That was dumb, in my opinion. And I think, yeah. However, in general, we don't accept appeals that are too far after the fact just because it's kind of unfair for the process of funding things. To say, this was like a number of weeks ago, a month, maybe 2 months ago, they kind of just throw money at them retroactively. So I remember we made some decisions on this last semester. We did some this semester saying we would have liked to help you, but like it's too far after the fact. We really don't feel that this is okay. And I think the precedent of just like funding past things is not good because everyone like it's when
Yeah, so it doesn't the Catholic Center come in like several months after, right? It's not like the Catholic Center was lazy or like Wells was lazy. He was here like 2.5 months ago, so it was actually a dereliction of Senate's duty. Now we didn't even get to it on the agenda on that night because it was too late and we were like tired, right? So because we were too tired to consider a bill that probably would have passed, the Catholic Center is forced to out of pocket $3,500.
right. So I mean, to answer your sort of question, which it's okay. Like I don't remember it being entirely the dereliction of Senate's duty. That it was also, to a large extent, we sort of decided not to do it. Yes, we were tired, which I hate that reasoning. Also, I do remember after the fact, we also discussed we shouldn't have done it anyway because it was within a week and a half. And that was sort of the real justification of going the whole night. And I think within the next meeting also, that's why we didn't bring it back up. After it was clarified that, to me, that it hadn't been for a couple of weeks, or that it wasn't within a week and a half, I sort of raised to some people that we should bring it back up, but that's sort of got lost. I told Willis to bring it back up, didn't happen, and I think it's a little bit too late.
Any further questions? Okay. Senator Torres.
Wasn't that, if I'm trying to remember, wasn't that the meeting that you left in broken forum?
No.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that was, if I remember correctly, guys, if I remember correctly, that was the meeting you left.
That was your question.
Yeah, wasn't that the meeting?
95% sure that wasn't the meeting that I left in broken forum.
We got it on video, buddy.
I don't think it was.
Order. And I would gladly like take the ball for that.
Yeah, we had people leave.
I have a question. Hey, can we do a quorum count? Are we a quorum right now?
I want to check earlier. We are. Don't make me do this.
I wasn't here for this, so was there ever actually a vote taken on this issue? No. It wasn't because we adjourned.
There was not.
So, I think there was some kind of FOAC deal with this, but. No, so the voting was on SOFC, and we brought up these arguments, we then brought them up again when we were in the public
Just for the record, this will be the first time tonight the Senate will be voting. Right.
It will not be the first time Senate is discussing.
Great. Senator.
First time we're voting.
It feels like this wasn't like a DSG initiative to like keep going from surplus. It was lucky for the center to have a representative in the Senate that could represent them.
Yeah.
Whereas like other groups might not really have that. I think that's an unfair advantage. So like, how do you justify?
So I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I like it. I 100% seeing as that's a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Seeing as like
Yeah.
I mean, I'm speaking the negative here. Like, I don't really think that they might do that.
Yeah.
I think that, so, yeah,
choose him for
guys, please.
Guys, no one should be speaking except Senator Curtis. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
So yeah, I think that is kind of unfair. Again, I want to go back to the fact that Senate did misconstrue what was going on. I don't know how, but it did, but like. So there are competing arguments here. I happen to fall more on the side of this is too late after the fact. We don't generally think it's okay to be going back to fund things because the arguments that we made at the time are no longer fresh with us. The strength of them is no longer fresh with us. And it's basically saying, oh, now we have a problem. Can you help us now? And it's like, we forgot why we didn't want to help you in the first place. Sure. So I think that's a bad precedent to set. Don't take that as like the word of God or anything, because but like don't take, as I said, don't take it as the word of God because there was misconstruing in the original.
All right, and I would just add to that.
I yield to John.
That Tony said, I totally agree with that logic, but if we're going to use that as the moral law, then we should revisit halfway anyway. All right. Would anyone like to speak in the affirmative? Seeing none, move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the budgetary statute, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay. Motion carried. Raise your vote.
Yes. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Is this to support the original? Yeah, this is to support. This is to make up for DSG.
All right, 19. All those opposed, raise your hand. We haven't seen the 18, it passes. I don't want to make a tie vote.
You're affiliated with the Catholic Center. You can't make the deciding.
At this time, I recommend a motion to move towards the election of the next Senate Pro Tempore. All right. The motion on the floor is to move the election of Pro Tempore. If you can don't clap. There's a motion on the floor to move the election of Pro Tempore is on the agenda. Is it seconded? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right. One second. I open the floor to nominations. Would anyone like to nominate anyone to second the floor? I nominate the John Tarantula. Second. All right. Senator Chanticleer. Do you accept?
Yes,
all right. Senator all right. Senator James, do you accept?
Yeah.
All right. Senator Smith.
I nominate Senator Jackson Dudley.
All right. I'm going to start right here.
I move to close the floor.
I nominate myself.
I second.
I nominate
Listen, there's a motion to close the floor. Is it seconded? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Will the candidates please come down to the floor to introduce yourselves? Let's run it out. Tell us why.
We should do one-on-one.
And just to clarify, Marco, this is gonna be a secret ballot vote, correct?
Yes.
Always on secret
And
ballot.
we're gonna have to write it out on paper and then.
All that.
So basically, the way our bylaws call for a confidential ballot for anything that's an internal election. However, it doesn't say how it has to be confidential. So theoretically, we could do a heads down, hands up vote as long as the camera is turned away.
They said they will not do that, so we have to go to a paper
So we
ballot.
do,
And it's gonna take me.
Nobody likes you.
So.
Thanks to the Chronicle.
All right.
So let's do this.
I don't hate it. I hate the camera. It's literally the
All right, you hear me clap once. You hear me clap twice. Listen. So the candidates, Jackson, John, and Kavita, you do not want a heads down, thumbs up vote, correct?
I'm okay. They can't have it. It is.
Let's do a paper vote because
stand in front of the camera and just put our face right there.
I'll do it.
Can we actually do that?
Yes. Yes.
you're allowed
It's gonna put the
Guys,
we're victory belonging to the guys, clap. Actually, I'm at a loss right now. What's going on?
Unplug it.
Wait, please don't fall.
Wait, this is a waste of time, but really funny. It's a secret ballot. Why are you trying to spell on people's computers?
Then click to visit it, you have to say it's a closed meeting.
Yeah, I know, so I'm just going to stand in front of the camera.
No, you have to say it's a closed meeting and kick us out of the room.
It's not a closed meeting.
So you have to say it's a closed meeting.
It's not.
So then you can't do that.
Silence to the right.
Order.
Look.
All right, good. I need you all to be quiet. How will we be voting to turn out to the heads down, thumbs up?
No, I go to the vote on my paper ballot.
Okay.
And because
Oh, you have a thumb?
we're gonna do this now, and then we're gonna do awards.
Oh, we do it by paper ballot?
Just wait like 10 minutes.
All right. Keizra, why are we doing that? All right. All right, first and foremost, Senator Terenci.
Wait, checking one thing on. If I vote for a committee of the whole, they all have to
So I
leave.
want you to know that you might
Yeah. In which case, we can still do this.
Yeah, let's do that.
You guys, this is just wasting time.
Wait. This would speed it up a lot if it worked.
You guys, why doesn't Pro Tem Hopkins figure out the logistics of this while the people make speeches?
Yeah, let's do that.
So nobody deal with the logistics other than Pro Tem Hopkins. Everybody else makes speeches.
What, did the committee did that work?
All right, hold on.
Yes.
You will each have a minute and 30 seconds each to speak as to why you believe you should be Senate Pro Tem 4. I would ask that every candidate has the same amount of mutual respect and silence. You may start speaking now.
So for y'all who don't know, I am starting next year my 4th year as a senator. I love my experience on the Senate. I'm passionate about it. I think what makes me a good president candidate is that I have so much experience, so much knowledge, and so much passion for this institution. My knowledge comes from not only years of sitting in this room, but also my time campaigning in the run-up for EVP, studying parliamentary procedure, making sure I had everything down, so I knew that I could call for a committee of a whole and kick everyone who's irrelevant to DSG out. Second of all, experience, I've gone through 3 different restructuring initiatives, been involved in almost every single one of them in one capacity or another. I have seen the 40% plan, I've seen Divest Duke, I have extensive connections with past DSG alumni, and I lean on those in a lot of ways to inform my decisions. I think that will help me be an informed member of both the Senate and to the executive board. Last is my passion. I joined the Senate with 4 weeks left for our worst meetings of the year. Truth to tell, due to some very fortunate circumstances of the last 2 weeks, I now know what I will be doing post-college. And this will never appear on a resume for me at all. This is all about a passion for the institution. I absolutely love it. I've been so excited to see how far Senate has come. I've seen some of the best debate I've ever seen. It's gone long, but some stuff I'm really proud of, and I would like to keep working towards.
Thank you, Senator Young.
Can we get questions?
Yep.
No.
No questions.
No question. Senator Jane, you're next. Where are you?
Bullshit. Sorry for aggressive discussion. It's really
No,
could not
it was in order. It was in order.
Should you start speaking?
I mean, I'm just saying. Like,
So I really didn't prepare much because like I didn't use it, but I've been here for the past 4 years and I've been prepared. I think I'd make a good pro temp. I'm willing to learn about all the parliament procedure. Alana and I can spend a lot of quality time together doing that. And yeah, I'm really passionate about DSG. Clearly, I've been here for the past 4 years. Fun fact, I only missed 2 meetings in these last 3 years. So yeah, I have another question.
You got a minute left, for sure.
So any questions? Okay. Well, I don't have anything else to say.
Senator Dillinger, you're up.
So first off, I'm standing up here a little bit less confident than usual just because Senator Jane was the first person who pointed towards Chiquiano, and no one's passion is as evident as Senator Anstey speaking. That said, I think there is a case being made for why I should be pro temp, and I'll try to make it. My general philosophy towards DSG is that the better informed a person is, the better decisions that they will make. Whether that's like Bianca dropping the 34-page memo about PASH, or Lukács bringing in like statistics about biking and stuff like that. How I've tried to effectuate that has been, when we're talking about restructuring, reading every article that's been published by the Chronicle about election results. When we had to talk in preparation for the annual budget, I went back into the DSG boardroom and read all of the annual budgets that we have on file, so I have some sort of idea about what we're supposed to do. Before the Chronicle Bay was taken down, I began reading every article that's been online since DSG was founded to try to gather some sort of institutional knowledge. So like, I know I'm a freshman, and I don't have 3 years of experience here, but through the now near decade of Chronicle articles and historical records that I've read, I think I have maybe a decade of institutional knowledge and experience under my belt. And when it comes to it, like, more or less, the history of DSG is the best manual that we have for making good and informed decisions that are actually going to help people out. If I'm trying to convince Tara of something, it doesn't matter how eloquently I can speak. What matters is the facts that I can present. And as pro temp, I think I have a track record and will be able to keep doing that.
Thanks, Senator President Hopkins.
It's not a real pen.
Everyone fill out their ballot.
Does everyone have a ballot?
Are they allowed to vote for themselves?
Yeah.
Point of information on voting, are we doing plurality or are we making one vote and the person with the most?
Rank the 3 candidates.
Oh,
If you choose not to rank all the candidates, that's fine, but know that if you rank one candidate and that person is eliminated, you won't be contributing to the second round of voting.
Hopkins, I presume I can count on you to count?
Jay and I are going to count.
Okay, pass them to the person in the app.
Once Hopkins has all the ballots, we'll move on to the boards. Thank
It's Eldar.
Tanner?
Oh, yeah. Yo, Norwalk.
John, while this is happening, can you do the award?
I know, I'm just waiting for him to, I'm waiting for him to click it all. Alright.
Lizzie.
Alright, guys, moving on to.
Wait,
Any other ballots?
Alright.
Last call.
Has anyone else? Their ballot? Oh wait, I haven't voted. Can I have a ballot? Hopkins. What? Ballot. You're not returning my.
You're not returning the
Anyway. Guys, we will now move on to student awards. This is our annual tradition where we reward our own members. Beginning first with the Reginaldo Howard Award. The Reginaldo Howard Award, named for the 1976 president of the Association of Students of Duke University, who was killed in a tragic car accident. This award is a member of the cabinet who best exemplifies the traits of excellent leadership, compassion, and dedication that characterizes the Reginaldo Howard presidency.
That's so easy.
At this point, I open the floor to nominations. I nominate Chief of Staff Andy Dare.
I nominate Chief of Staff Andy Dare. Close the floor for nominations.
All right, there's a motion on the
The
floor.
award is up there.
Huh?
To your turn.
There's a motion on the floor to close the. Whatever, we don't know.
No.
Really?
Wait, no, I just wanted everyone to vote for it.
The motion is not in the board by unanimous consent. Josh, go back. Ryan, take a picture. Or someone take a picture. Wait, someone, no, wait,
Go.
Speak. Well, thank you guys for closing the floor. I was gonna nominate Michael Pell. But thank you. Obviously, like cabinet is a weird body, but I really enjoyed leading it fearlessly, rewriting the rules, and making them actually do work in serious. I think
Moving on to the Graydon John Cora Award. The Graydon John Cora Award, named for a 1981 ASTU senator, is awarded to DSG senator who demonstrated the highest level of integrity during the legislative session. I open the floor to nominations. Senator T.
I nominate Jay Sullivan.
Vice President.
I'd like to nominate Vice President Brian Hopkins.
Nominations.
Second. Well, we all know how this vote goes.
All right. There's a motion on the floor. There's a motion to close the floor. It's seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right.
Can we do?
We're a little busy right now.
Hopkins, go up there.
What?
Wait, we haven't voted.
No.
Please speak on this. Oh my God, how funny.
We're nominating Senator Sullivan. All right, I'll give you both 30 seconds to speak on their behalf.
Okay.
Please.
Yes, very brief. Very brief.
No, and please be positive.
Yeah, of course. So it's a slander campaign against Hopkins. Jay is literally like the moral compass of like the entire Senate. I feel like. I mean, everything he does like with purpose and like with integrity, and like he makes very informed decisions and he loves the student body and wants to stand up for the students always. So.
No worries.
So, I mean, like, to me, so after serving on exec with Brian, I think it's just so clear that, like, literally, we just could not have functioned without him. He's, like, the dad exec. Like, I think Brian, for me, is just the epitome of, like, level-headed, so clear-minded, so mature, so respectful, so thoughtful, that, like, every time we go to exec, I feel like there's somebody who, like, will listen and think critically. And also in Senate, like, he's just supportive and is a really nice guy, and knows what he's doing, knows parliamentary procedures, he's great for Senate. And I think he's given his life to this group, and I think we're all a lot better for it, and I think he is really deserving of support.
Damn straight.
So, are we doing secret ballot or just? All those in favor? They are tied.
Wait,
They're both right here trying to work out.
Look at all those in favor.
Close their eyes. No, because they put so much integrity, they're not going to be there.
right,
The one who peeked in the other room.
I'm gonna ask you to raise your hand, not to voice vote. So, all in favor of Senator Sullivan, please raise your hand.
Cover the camera.
Like actually though, you definitely should.
I will do it.
All right, put your hands down.
That is
All in
assault.
favor
That
of
is
Quentin
unlawful
Hawkins?
touching with malicious intent.
All right.
All right. Will the candidates please come again?
We're
Wait, hold on. Is this nice way to do it?
They're literally right there.
All right, congratulations, President Hawkins. Oh, you have to do your job, or do you want to?
What?
Play your part.
Thank you, guys.
So excited.
Can I give Brian's negative speech?
There's one more word.
The last and final award is the Paul Edwin Penner Award, named for the ASDU 1985 Speaker of the Senate. This award is a member of the DSG who has shown a strong commitment to the well-being of Duke University by providing strong, consistent leadership and dedication to DSG throughout his or her undergraduate years and has been exemplary in service to Duke student government. I open the floor to nominations. Vice President Weinberg?
Let's nominate you, Sullivan.
Okay. Senator Trenchard?
I'd like to nominate VP Lucati.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, guys. Please. Oh, Senator
Brian
Caldwell?
Dinner.
Huh?
Brian Dinner.
Okay. Anyone else? Speak your lot, President Spy. All right. Who was named first?
Jay Sullivan.
That's one.
I can't stop.
Anyone else? Okay, I kindly ask you guys.
Is there another word?
Move to close.
I kindly ask you guys to do this. Motion to close the nomination. Yeah, that's the
You have to hear them speak first, and then.
Okay, so whoever nominated each candidate, speak in every 30 seconds, beginning with whoever nominated Senator Sullivan.
So I've known Jay since I was a freshman. We were on the Young Trustee Nominating Committee together for 2 years. Now he's one of my senators. And I've learned so much from him over the past 3 years. He's been an incredible mentor, an incredible leader. He's the type of person who has ideals and sticks to them, and is incredibly passionate about what he believes in. And he's been extraordinarily dedicated to a wide array of campus organizations, to the Durham community. I think has really exemplified the type of leadership and passion that this Durham offers. And quite frankly, is one of 2 senior sound executives, done an incredible job on DSG. Returned to GSG after a year off, and I think that speaks a lot to his character.
Whoever nominated VP Lucati.
So I've worked with VP Lucati on, I've worked with him in my time of services. I've collaborated with him this year. I think he has an insanely stellar work ethic. He's completely dedicated to his body. He has put in the man hours, and through the whole thing, he has stayed very professional, very respectful, very cerebral in his duties. I've seen his work and really wanted to try to follow his example as much as I could.
Point of inquiry, can we get the correct pronunciation for VP's last name here?
Lukács.
Okay, thank you.
I think Brian would be very deserving of this award just because he has a very legitimate and sincere concern for what's best for student body. And I think that is something to consider because that's actually the award. And
he took a committee of senators, all who were brand new to DSG, and it took him a while to bring us up to speed. When we got there, I think we were able to learn a lot and do a lot in spring that we would definitely not be able to do without Ryan. I would encourage you to vote Ryan.
Whoever nominated President Keizra.
So I think for me the reason why I'm nominating like President Mecklai is not for the incredible array of things that she's done for DSG in terms of just like sheer accomplishments or for the intellect or for the humor she brings, but I think for me like the reason that I'm nominating her is because I think for a lot of people in exec, I know for me she's redefined what it means to be a leader. So I think before meeting Keizra, I thought my conception of leadership was to accomplish and was to compel and was to sort of achieve as much as I possibly could, but I think what she's taught is that it's really about building a team, and I think this is the most cohesive team that I've been a part of on exec, and I think she's brought that here, and I think that's what leadership is, and I think the evidence that that is really what leadership is the quality she across this organization, and I think she's been an incredible president and really deserves it.
She's elected. Will all the candidates please step out? All those in favor of Senator Sullivan, please raise your hand. All those in favor of Vice President Mecklai? Okay. All those in favor of Vice President Dinner? Once again, all those in favor of VP Mecklai? Raise your hand. Did you have, all right. All those in favor of Vice President Dinner? Once again. All right. All those in favor of President Mecklai? All right, guys, come back in.
Wait, could you just type out what the votes
I'll
were
just
first?
I'll just delete the name.
Can you just display the numbers?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that can't be right.
Let's take them all down one before they can, please.
Wait, do we have to now vote? Yeah. We now have to decide a winner between the two, right? Or are we doing plurality on this? Plurality's fine.
No.
Okay.
All right.
Delete the numbers.
The numbers, yeah.
All right. Guys, please come in.
Guys!
They're coming.
They're here.
Friends, Roman countrymen.
Where's congratulations, Vice President Dinner?
Thank you guys very much. I love you all.
I love you more.
Do we have our new Senate President Pro Tem guys?
Hopkins.
Should we announce the tally or no?
Huh?
No.
Okay. Go.
Unless the tie.
What did it do?
In which case, IRV.
Yeah.
1 second, let them announce the winner first.
Go for it.
Never.
It happened.
Jacob signed.
George Melgard.
No, I lost to Jacob when I went to Pro Tem.
Right?
Wait, okay,
But
so,
you're president.
yes?
Not yet.
Release the tally.
Okay, so my vote of 19 to 18.
Okay. Moving on to swearing in 2016, 2017. Wait, yeah.
Motion to move the appointment of the final judiciary seats at the top of the agenda. Second.
Can you just hear me and Floyd to that? Because he needs to step down.
And then,
out of
You
the
could
order.
probably swear only me in, and then I lose my vote, which is fine.
Winning president.
Can you step down and just like get out of it? This will like out of the order. Like, you have to go. One has to be appointed first, right? Motion to move Alana's swearing in.
He's swearing all of us.
You can swear at everyone. Who gets it? Wait, doesn't matter. It doesn't
So how is this going to work?
Sorry. Like, what would make sense is for me to be sworn in, I'm the only one who loses my vote. But like, I don't know, do we have anything left to vote on?
Also, traditionally, we've done president
Yeah.
separate, EVP separate, and then all of executive.
I think it's fine if we do president, EVP, and then do you, and then do the rest of exec, like, that's fine.
Okay.
It's annoying, but it's fine.
Let's just do that. Let's just do that.
No, John, seriously.
Sorry. What? So what's the order going to be?
There's some reason.
Tara, Alana,
You.
President-elect myself.
Also, do you want to hold execs stay, including transcripts, and take steps?
Raise your hand. I state your name.
I, Karen Russell,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute
faithfully execute
the office of Duke Student Government President
the office of Duke Student Government President
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the Duke Student Government.
the Constitution of the Duke Student
Congratulations.
This is how democracy dies. Thunderous applause.
That was the best classical reference I ever made, George.
But I have one last.
Star Wars reference.
As executive vice president.
I'm glad you appreciate it.
So my favorite.
I said this is how democracy dies. With thunderous applause.
I have one last
Shake
order.
your box, guys.
This may be out of order, but I don't care. I'm the president of the Senate for another 2 seconds.
What?
Executive Vice President-elect Alana Wiseman.
Wow!
Gavel in your left hand and right hand. Just like this. Like,
Hold on, I'll buy you a spare one for 8 years for a semester. For a little bit.
I, Alana Wiseman, do solemnly swear faithfully execute the office
All
of
my
Executive
enemies.
Executive Vice President,
President, and will, to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve the
Constitution of the Duke Student Government. Constitution of the Duke Student Government.
No need a picture.
Okay, so with that, we're going to revert back to a judiciary confirmation. The Senate Judiciary Committee has recommended that John Barco be,
Citizen John Barco.
Citizen John Barco be sworn in as Justice John Barco. This is the seventh Justice of the Duke State Government Judiciary. Are there any objections to this nomination?
I'm John.
Okay, seeing no substantive objections, we're gonna swear in John Barca, so I'll need to vote on to confirm him. All those in favor of confirming John Barca, please raise your hands. All opposed? Okay, go ahead and get started.
Is there any objection? I, John Barca. solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
To faithfully execute. The office of Associate Justice and Judiciary.
The office of Associate Justice and Judiciary.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the District of
The Constitution of the District of
I know. Okay, now we can swear in our 2016-2017 Executive Board, so all the Vice President, Chief of Staff, and President of the Board, please come forward.
Independent housing is your problem now, Beth. Have fun with that one.
Hey, come on it, this me too. Oh yeah, SOC Chair Alexa, I didn't know you were back there. Why are there so many things?
Who reelected Norwalk? Where's Bishop Project? I have a column next semester. I'm about to unleash on all of y'all. I am the law.
Wait, current exec, move to the front of the room so we can slide into a picture after. I mean, hold on.
That's on the record. It's like never picked it up. You're also swearing it's over. You're not going to be around. I
solemnly swear faithfully execute the office of Executive Board. The office of Executive Board. And will to the best of my ability. And will to the best of my ability. Preserve, protect, and defend. Preserve, protect, and defend. The Constitution of the Duke Student Government. The Constitution of the Duke Student Government. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, this is great.